All right, everyone. Welcome to this Econ 110 review. In this review, we're going to basically talk about the entire economics course, and this is irrespective of professor. So just know that whatever professor you take Econ 110 from will depend on what you learn exactly. There's a lot of stuff that overlaps, but there are definitely some unique things that each professor teaches. In this video, we're going to try to cover pretty much all of it. So note that if you're already taking the class and you have a professor, you will probably see things here that you haven't seen before, and that's okay. You may have also seen some things in class that aren't going to be covered here, but we're going to try to cover most of it. Just one tip I would say if you're taking the course or looking to take it, a big tip that I would say for Econ 110 is to draw everything out. A lot of people tend to make mistakes because they don't draw out these graphs. We're going to do a lot of graphs and specifically models of the way the world works, and drawing these models is really important. So we're going to get into it. There's two things to kind of talk about on the very start that are just kind of almost don't really fit in anywhere, but it's just two things that we bring up. We can categorize economics as a whole into two subcategories. We have micro and macro. Macroeconomics tends to deal with the economy as a whole, so this is like the unemployment rate or inflation rate. Micro tends to deal with a specific firm, for example, what's happening in the market for car insurance. Positive and normative statements is the next thing we're going to talk about. And you may notice that I'm going a bit fast. In this video, the intent isn't to teach how to do the economics. It's more to give a preview of what you're going to learn in the class. Teaching how to do it would take way too long. It would take essentially a whole semester. And this video, we're going to try to keep it to just a few hours or so. Economists use these two titles right here to categorize statements that they make. So a positive statement is a statement that's verifiable by fact. For example, the inflation rate was 2% last year, or the unemployment rate rose 2% last year. A normative statement tends to make a claim about what should be done. For example, because the unemployment rate rose 2% last year, the government should spend more money in government expenditures. That should right there is something that can be debated upon. Whereas like talking about what the inflation rate was, we can verify. In economics, we tend to stick with positive statements instead of normative statements. So with those two things out of the way, we're going to get into our first model. And this is called the circular flow diagram or model. So this model has firms and households. And we're going to call this the market for goods and services. And we're going to call this the market for factors of production. And you may see me, I've got some notes written over here. I might reference them quite a bit. There's just so much to do in this course that I don't want to get off track. In the market for goods and services, money flows this way, and this money is spending. So think about households are like you and me, just individual people, and the firms are like the companies. We spend money at the firm because we buy things. In turn, quite simply, goods and services come to us. You spend money for groceries at the firm, and you get the goods of the food you bought, or the service of insurance, or anything you pay for in a market. Money flows from firms to households in the factors of production as the form of income, right? Walmart pays its employees and they get income, and in turn, The employees give Walmart labor. Factors of production. So this can be labor. We also say this could be capital. Capital to economists is really any resource we use in production. So like we have physical capital, machines, or we have human capital, which is like, essentially a person's ability to work. You'll notice that money flows this way. Money right here and right here flow this way around the model. And then in turn, the labor and capital, or the goods or services, flow this way around the model. So that's how we're going to talk about this model. This is one of those things that depending on what professor you have, you may or may not have learned it. What we're going to talk about next, though, is a PPF. So PPF, this stands for Production Possibilities Frontier. And I just want to make sure that I've set my camera right, that this won't go off screen. Okay. A Production Possibilities Frontier basically shows an individual or an economy's ability to produce two different goods. A very common example, actually we'll do this example first, might be like your ability to produce cars or your ability to produce boats. And we number on this line, it's specifically like the number of cars or the number of boats you produce. A production possibility frontier basically shows all the different possibilities of producing these goods. So maybe an economy can produce either 100 boats or 200 cars. If an economy chooses to produce on this line, they're producing the most that they can. Anything within this triangle right here is feasible. It means that the economy has the ability to produce it, right? The economy could choose to produce 50 boats. What would this be? Maybe 75 cars if they chose to. But that's not as efficient as they could be. They could be clear out here. However, something beyond here is not feasible. The economy cannot produce it. The economy could also choose to produce at some point along this, in which case they are specializing in either boats or cars in producing either one or the other. An important way that I've drawn this line is that it is linear. This means that the economy has the ability to shift between boats and cars at the same rate no matter what. However, oftentimes what it will actually look like is a bowed out production possibilities frontier. Like this. This shows specialization. Notice that if we were producing 100 boats and no cars along this axis, if we were to give up one boat, it's 99, we can make a lot of cars. But if we give up one more boat, 98, the length of how many cars we got, right? Maybe this is clear out to, 70. And then this is out to 90. We gave up one boat, we got 70 cars. We gave up another boat, we only got 20 more cars. This represents that in the economy, people are specialized towards making boats or cars. A really common example that we oftentimes talk about in econ is like, they use the guns or butter. I'm not quite exactly sure why. So let's say this is butter and this is guns. There's people that are good at making butter and people that are good at making guns. When you force everyone to make guns, those people that are really good at making butter but not very good at making guns, they're giving up a lot, right? If you made just one less gun, you could have made, we'll say this is pounds, 70 pounds of butter. Because the first person, when you give up one gun, the first person that you'll send to make butter is the person who's very good at making butter, but maybe not very good at making guns. So you don't lose much out on guns, but you get a lot of butter. So this bowed out shows specialization. An important thing to recognize with a PPF is that economies can trade. So a good way to maybe show this is we're going to take that production possibilities frontier and we're actually going to put it in a graph right now. We're going to say that USA can produce guns or butter, and in one day the USA can produce, and we're actually going to bring another country here, this will be Germany. We'll say that if the USA wants to produce only guns, this will all be for one day. They can produce 100 guns. This isn't very realistic, but to keep the numbers small will be a lot easier. If they produce butter, they could produce, we'll just do the same thing, 200 pounds of butter. If Germany wants to produce guns, they can make 150 guns in a day, but if they produce butter, they can only make, we'll say they can make 250 pounds. In this case, Germany is producing more. So this right here brings up a point about trade and comparative advantage, and this might be kind of difficult. I'll talk about what this is. So what we want to see is what country should produce what if they can trade. Notice that the USA, we could draw their production possibilities frontier if they had guns or butter, right? They could produce 100 guns, 200, it would look like this. Germany would have about 150 guns, and they would have 250 pounds of butter. Now, there's two types of things we want to talk about, and this is going to be comparative versus, let's see, it's comparative or absolute. Advantage. Advantage. So Germany has the absolute advantage in guns and butter. If Germany, if it came down to which country can produce more of one or the other, Germany can produce more guns and it can produce more butter. So who has the absolute advantage in guns? Germany. Who has the absolute advantage in butter? Germany. Comparative advantage has to do with what do you give up to make one more. So I'm going to draw this down here. So we want to know if the USA makes one more gun, how many pounds of butter do they have to give up? So the way we would show this is for the USA, 100 guns over 200, this is pounds of butter, but I'm just going to put B, 200 butter pounds. This fraction is equal to 1 gun for 2B. Now let's look at, this is USA. Now let's look at Germany. Germany has 150 guns over 250 butter. That would be 15 over 25 divided by 5. We're going to get 3 over 5 guns for butter. And this is Germany. So this right here, you'll notice, is actually like the slope of these lines over here. For every 1 gun we give up, we get 2 pounds of butter. For every 3 guns they give up, they get 5 pounds of butter. Now we'll look at this comparative advantage over here. Actually, I'll stand it this side. Comparative advantage, as opposed to absolute advantage, is when one country makes one good or the other, which good do they make that they give up the least amount for? So that might have been really confusing. But in this case, unfortunately, these fractions aren't the prettiest. I'm actually going to take this down, divide this by 3, which would be 1. If we're to divide 5 by 3, that would be 1.66, I believe. Hopefully I didn't just do that quick math wrong. If the USA makes one gun, they have to give up 2 pounds of butter. But if Germany makes one gun, they only have to give up 1.6 pounds of butter. Thus, Germany has the comparative advantage in guns. And we'll see really quickly that the USA then has the comparative advantage in butter. If we were to look at this the other way, we would say that for the USA, they can make 2 pounds of butter and they have to give up 1 gun. But if Germany gives up 1 gun, they can only make 1.6 pounds of butter. Thus, the USA has a comparative advantage in butter. As we'll learn, and as you go through econ, you'll learn, depending on who has a comparative advantage should decide who should produce what. I'm going to erase these graphs right here. So we're going to now get into trading. And about these countries trading. So what we're going to learn is that if these companies choose to trade, they have to decide a trade rate. How many pounds of butter are we going to give up for how many guns, right? They will choose a trade rate anywhere, 1 gun for 2 butter, anywhere in between these 2 ratios. 1 gun for 1.6 pounds of butter. So let's say that the trade ratio we get from this, we have 1 gun for 1.75 pounds of butter. Let's think about this. Would each country like this trade ratio? Well, the USA takes this trade ratio and they say, okay, Germany's willing to trade for us, and they're saying, hey, 1 gun for 1.75 pounds of butter. Now, because the USA has a comparative advantage in butter, they're going to want to make butter, okay? If the USA makes all butter, they'll make 200 pounds of butter, and they'll make no guns. Now, the USA is saying to themselves, okay, let's say if we're making all butter, that we want to start making some guns. Okay, well, we're going to have to give up 2 pounds of butter and we'll make 1 gun. So let's say the USA is like, okay, let's make 1 gun. Then they'll make 198 pounds of butter and 1 gun. But let's say this trade ratio was announced. The USA says, hold up, if we make 200 pounds of butter, we could trade 1.75 pounds of butter and get 1 gun. So if we trade, we could actually make 198.25 pounds of butter and 1 gun. And the USA likes that. That's great. They are better off by trading. But the question is, will Germany like this as well? Well, Germany has the comparative advantage in guns, right? It's the cheapest for them to make guns compared to the US. So Germany decides to make all guns, and they make 150 guns. And sorry, these ratios aren't the cleanest, but Germany's like, okay, we're making 150 guns. We want to make a little bit of butter. They're like, what if we choose to create, draw right here, 149 guns and 1.6 pounds of butter. But then Germany can take this trade ratio and decide if we were to trade with the USA off of this ratio, we could actually make 150 guns, and we could give up just one gun and actually make 149 guns, but we could get out of it 1.75. Let me see if this is going off screen. Good. We can make 1.75 pounds of butter. So through this trade ratio, we can see each country could produce more than they could on their own. And if we had done one gun for 1.8 pounds of butter, 1.9 pounds of butter, 1.95 pounds more, 1.68 pounds of butter, we could have chosen any ratio between these two, and you can see that each country can have more by trading. And what this actually physically does, I'm going to erase all this now. We're about done with PPFs. What this actually does is, if we were to look at the USA, so let's erase this as well. Actually, we'll keep that part, keep the USA's numbers. If we were to have looked at the USA and done guns and butter, they could make 100 or 200. And normally they would be restricted within this PPF, this Production Possibilities Frontier. If they'd wanted to do 198 pounds of butter, like we were talking about before, and make one gun, it'd have to be right here. But notice that because of trade, they were actually able to get one gun, but not have to give up quite as much butter, which was like right here. Hopefully that can be seen in the video. So this was the point with trade, whereas this point would have been on their own. Thus, trading allows a company to produce outside of its production possibilities frontier. And I think that's all we're going to talk about with PPFs. Just remember, absolute advantage is just looking at the numbers, who can produce more, but the comparative advantage, unless those ratios had been the exact same, like if Germany had done 200 guns to 400 pounds of butter, this was a 2-to-1 ratio both times. If the ratios are different, one country will have the comparative advantage in one product and the other country will have the comparative advantage in the other product. You can't have the comparative advantage in both products. The ratios don't work out that way. So the next thing we're going to talk about after that is demand and supply. So PPFs are kind of like that first model we looked at, the circular flow diagram. You'll see it at the beginning of your course, most likely. You won't really do too much with it later on in the course. Demand and supply you will, though. We'll learn demand and supply, and you'll stick with it the entire rest of the year. You'll probably learn it in one of your first lectures, and you'll keep it for the rest. So, we're going to talk about a specific market right here. And this is going to be, let's say, the market for apples. So we want to draw a graph that shows at every price that apples are going for, how many apples are people going to buy? So this is going to be a demand curve right here, and it's going to look like this. This is demand. So what this graph shows is that when apples are really expensive, somewhere up here, few apples are bought. But when apples are cheap, lots of apples are bought. This demand curve is really important. It's showing that people value apples differently. There are a select few people who are willing to pay a lot of money to buy apples. But majority of people, most people, are not willing to pay that much money to buy apples. And that is what this demand curve shows. It shows a relationship between the price of a good and the amount that's bought. And it sounds it makes intuitive sense. If iPhones were really cheap, a lot of people would buy them. But if iPhones doubled in price, well, there's some people that are really attached to iPhones and will pay for them. But if an iPhone doubles in price, we move clear up here, the quantity that they sell is not going to be as much. So that's a demand curve. The other curve that we're going to go through is a supply curve. A supply curve looks the exact opposite. This shows at what price of goods are people willing, how many of those goods are people willing to sell. So if apples are going for really cheap, producers of apples don't want to sell that many. But if apples are going for a lot of money, people want to sell apples. An easy way to think of this is to think if this market had been the market for housing or houses, because that's a market that, at some point we all might be the producers of. We might be trying to sell a house. When house prices go up, people want to sell their houses. It makes sense too, because they can make a lot of money. But when housing prices go down, people don't want to sell their houses. Now, there's a law of demand and a law of supply that I want to quickly show, and I'll draw a demand curve over here. The law of demand basically says that as prices lower, people buy more. And the law of supply essentially says that as prices rise, people supply or sell more. We can take these two graphs, I'll draw them again, and put them on top of each other to look at the full picture of the market for apples. And I'm gonna label this right here. We'll come back to it. Q star and P star. Okay, I want to make sure we're still recording. In the market for apples, we can take a demand curve and a supply curve and put them on top of each other, and we will get how many apples will be sold in the market and what will the price of apples be. So maybe this P star, let's give a number to it to make it make a little sense. If this is for one apple, this might be $1. And this quantity, we can make this anything on, let's just say 50. So in the market for apples, when the demanders or the consumers, the buyers, and the sellers come together, the price that will be set in the market is $1 and 50 apples will be sold at that price. It turns out, and we'll kind of build up this intuition later, the price won't be higher than this, because if it was, if the price was right here, we would have this many apples being sold. Maybe this right here corresponds to 60 apples, but only 40 apples being bought. And if that's the case, well, then we have 20 leftover apples, and those apples, sellers don't want them. They want to buy to demanders, but demanders aren't willing to pay for them, so the sellers will have to lower the price to get rid of them. And then same thing, if the price is too low, we might, if the price was right here, I'll keep these same numbers, we'll get rid of this. If the price is too low, we might want to demand or buy 60 apples, but we're only willing to sell, the sellers are only willing to sell 40 of them at that lower price. You know, maybe this right here is 75 cents for an apple. But because people really want to buy the apples, then the sellers will raise their price, or the price will just be risen to $1. So the main takeaway is in the market, when demanders and suppliers come together, the market price will be set where they intersect and the quantity will be set right there. One last thing that I want to know while looking at this graph is, and we'll come back to this concept several times, there's a word we use in economics that's called on the margin. And the margin means the very last unit or person. This will make more sense as we come into it. I'll kind of just put this out here right now and then we'll talk about it again. But at this point right here, at this quantity of 50 and this price of $1, think there was a demander that was willing to pay, maybe this right here corresponds to $2.50. There was someone that was willing to pay $2.50 for an apple, but they got it for $1. However, if we look just on this demand curve, this last person right here was willing to pay $1 and they got the apple for $1. This demand curve represents what we call marginal willingness to pay. This is one of these things that, depending on your professor, you may or may not go over this. And essentially, the marginal willingness to pay means of the last buyer, the very last person who bought this apple, this demander right here, they're the marginal buyer, so the very last buyer, how much were they willing to pay? And that was $1, and they got it for $1. This will become critical when we talk about things like, is the market efficient or is it good? But we'll come back to that. That doesn't have to make a ton of sense right now. The next thing that we'll want to talk about is consumer and producer surplus. So, like I'd said, in this market, there's all of these demanders that were willing to pay more than $1 for an apple, but they got the apple for $1. We would say that these people are better off or are happy because of the way the market is. We're going to label this area right here CS for consumer surplus. So let's think about what this area represents right here. There was someone that's willing to pay $2.50 for an apple, right here, and they got it for $1. If the price had been $2.50, that person would have bought the apple. If it had been $2.51, they would not have bought the apple. But because they got it for $1, this distance right here means that they are $1.50 happy. They spent $1 for something that they valued at $2.50. So that $1.50 difference right there we call surplus, it's kind of happiness that the consumer got. If we were to add up all of those different ones, then we would get the total consumer surplus. How happy are the buyers because of the market price? Think that there was someone right here that was willing to spend $1.01 for an apple, but they got it for $1. They are 1 cent happy. That's that person right here. But there's someone that's willing to spend $1.10, so they're right here. And there's someone that's willing to spend $1.25, so they're 25 cents happy. We add all that up to get consumer surplus. We can do the exact same thing down here for producer surplus. There's someone that was willing to sell an apple for 25 cents, and they get to the market, and the market says, hey, the price of apples is $1. So they are now 75 cents happy. If apples had been selling for 25 cents, then that would have been, they would have had no surplus. If apples had been selling for 24 cents, it wouldn't have been left to them, wouldn't have been worth it to them. But because they're selling for $1, they are 75 cents happy. We add up all of these people, similar to consumer surplus, and when we do that, adding up all of these individual small lines of all these, potentially, hundreds of people that represent the supply curve, we get the area there is producer surplus. Next thing, I'm going to redraw this graph because it's getting a little hectic. The next thing that we'll talk about is shifting the graph or shifting along the graph. And I'm going to just draw demand. This is quantity. This is the price. This is a demand curve. There's two different types of shift on supply and demand curves. There's a shift, we say there's a shift in demand or a shift of demand. So, or a shift in the quantity demanded or a shift of demand, sorry. When we shift demand, it's like going from here to here and drawing a new demand curve. Let's talk about what might cause this. So if we were to take a point on this curve, maybe this represents that when apples are $1.50, 40 people want to buy them. But there are certain things, outside factors, that can shift a whole demand curve. One example of this is that a whole bunch of consumers move into an area. So imagine that this, 40 apples is a farmer's market, on a Saturday. When the price is $1.50, 40 people buy apples. But let's say that one day in the farmer's market, a whole bunch of people come in that normally don't come in. Then maybe at $1.50, we'll actually sell 60 apples. There are several things that can shift a demand curve. Some examples of them are the one we just barely talked about, more buyers moving into an area. Consumer preferences changing. So if people, decide I actually prefer apples over oranges. There's a whole list of them. We're not going to talk about all of the different ones, but recognize that the shift in demand means that at every price there is a greater quantity demanded of apples. And they can also shift the other way. Let's say that a news report goes about saying that apples are actually bad for you. Then maybe at every price, so for $1.50, only 30 apples are sold. The consumer preferences have changed. That's a shift of the demand curve the other kind of shift that we can do is along a demand curve. So this is called a shift in the quantity demanded. Example of this, let's draw our demand curve again. At $1.50, 40 people buy apples. And this was kind of talked about a little bit before. If the price rises to maybe $2, only 20 apples are sold. A shift in quantity demanded is only caused by the price of the good changing. This tends to be something that trips up people a lot. When we shift along this graph, right, went from here to here, that's shifting quantity demanded. That is not a shift of demand. A shift of demand is moving the whole curve. A shift in the quantity demanded is changed when the price of the good changes. With that in mind, we can talk about the seller's point of view as well, but we don't need to spend as much time. The logic kind of follows the exact same. If we have any supply curve, we can move the whole supply curve itself. One example of this, let's put, so if this is apples, we'll keep the $1.50 right here. 30 apples are sold versus 50 apples are sold. A shift in the whole supply curve, one example of this could be if an input used to make apples, so the suppliers here might be like farmers. Let's say that the price of fertilizer goes down. As the price in fertilizer goes down, at every price for apples, suppliers are willing to sell more apples. However, we can also have a shift in the quantity supplied. And this is the exact same as demand, where if the price of apples increases, we will sell more apples. But that's not a shift of the supply curve, that's a shift in the quantity supplied. Okay, so that concludes the basics of supply and demand. And maybe I'll just actually give one more quick thing. We could draw a supply and demand curve for apples. Demand, quantity on this axis, price on this axis, supply right here. If supply were to increase, then we would show that the price of apples lowered from here to here, and the quantity bought of apples increased from here to here. This is a shift of supply that caused a shift in the quantity demanded. This is not a shift of demand, that would be the demand curve itself moving, but it is a shift in quantity demanded because the price of it changed. However, this is a whole shift in supply, not a shift of quantity supplied, because we moved the supply graph or curve itself. The next thing that we'll talk about is elasticity. So if we stay in the same market for apples, we could draw this demand curve in different ways. We could draw like this. Another way we could draw is like this. And actually, one last thing that I will say, and this is a really small caveat. If a demand curve were to ever be upward sloping like this, we call that a Giffen good. And you don't really need to know much about these. This violates the law of demand because the law of demand says that as the price of a good is lowered, the quantity that we demand is more. This shows that as the price is lowered, the quantity that we demand lowers as well. This doesn't really exist. This is a Giffen good. I'll write that out. This doesn't really exist. It has existed a couple times in history. It violates the law of demand, and it's basically just an upward sloping demand curve. Notice that a lot of people think that maybe an example of a Giffen good is like high-end clothing, right? It tends to be that sometimes as clothes are more expensive, people want to buy more clothes. And other examples like stocks, maybe as the price of stocks goes up, people want to buy more stocks. That's not an example of a Giffen good because there's outside factors at play. By buying the more expensive clothing, you're a lot of times you're trying to send a signal, and so the good itself isn't the same because by being more expensive, it's a better good or sends a better signal to people that you're wearing expensive clothing. A Giffen good is not that. There pretty much are no Giffen goods. There's only been a couple found. And that's another thing that depending on your professor, you may or may not even talk about. So the difference between these two demand curves that I've drawn here, both demand, one of them is steeper than the other. And this brings up the concept of elasticity. So elasticity has to do with how does the quantity of a good change when the price changes? What is the relative size of those changes? So maybe the best way to look at this would be we have these two graphs. Let's say that we have a price of right here. We're going to buy this much if we have this demand graph, or this much. I'll call this Q1 and Q2. Now, let's say that the price drops to right here. And I'll actually call this Q, we'll actually make this easier. We'll say this is Q1E, this is I1. And this is going to be for elastic and inelastic. We'll talk about that later. Now let's say the price drops to right here. This is Q, I'll draw it down here. This is QI2, and this right here is QE2. So these graphs look a little complicated. Let's forget these E's and look just at these I's. In this steeper demand curve, when the price lowered, we changed our quantity from here to here. That wasn't that big of a change. But on this demand curve, when the price lowered the same amount, we changed our quantity from, I'll put it down here to here. That was a lot bigger than this change that happened right there. Measuring how the quantity changes when we change price, how they move and how much they move, is elasticity. There's a formula for elasticity, and it is the percent change in quantity over the percent change in price. And the way we calculate this formula is Q2 minus Q1 divided by Q2 plus Q1 divided by 2. Now that all needs to be in parentheses. And then percent change in price is P2 minus P1. I'm going to put all of that over, and I'll draw this one a little different to make it a little more intuitive. We have, oops, not a Q. We have P2 plus P1 divided by 2. And that's really the same right here, just it looks a little bit more intuitive like that. This formula seems a little crazy, but basically, if we only had one of these demand curves, we could measure the elasticity by taking, this will be P1, Q1, and then we shift to our second price and our second quantity. If we would just take these numbers, you know, maybe this right here is $2, this is $1, this is 25, this is 50. We would plug those in and we would do 50 minus 25 over 75 divided by 2. So 50 minus 25, that'd be 25 over 32.5. And then we do the same thing with the prices. P2 minus P1 would be -1 over 1.5 right there. And we would get out of this a number. That number, so from here we get a number that equals the elasticity. We could plot these numbers on a number line, and it turns out for demand, the elasticity is always negative. So here's 0, here's -1, and this number line is going to go to -infinity. And then technically it does also go to infinity that way. If we did this calculation for here, we would get some number that we could plot on this number line. Depending on where it sits, we would call this good elastic or inelastic. Goods that reside between -1 and 0 are considered inelastic. And if you watch this video again, that would be why I labeled one of them with an E and one of them with an I. This would be considered elastic. It tends to be, and it's really tempting to think of elasticity as a measure of the slope, and to an extent that can be good to think of, but it's not technically the slope because it's a percentage change. And percentage changes depend on where you're at, right? A 10% increase from 100 is 110, but a 10% decrease from 110 gets you to 99, not back to 100. Percentages aren't linear in that way. So, and then right here, actually I should say, we call this a unit elastic. So even though it's not a measure of the slope, it's easy to think of it like a slope, and in some ways that can be helpful. It's just important to know it's not technically. So this would be an example of unit elastic. Essentially like a 45-degree line right here. This would be an example of something that is inelastic. And this would be an example of something that is elastic in demand. Notice that when something is elastic, is the price changes, the quantity changes a lot. When something is inelastic, when the price changes, the quantity does not change that much. And we could actually see that. Let's look at elastic again. Elastic means the number is going to be very, very, very negative. So let's think if this number comes from this formula right here, if it's going to be very negative, that might be like, let's say negative 50 over 1. Or it might actually be easier to think of putting the negative on the bottom. This shows that for a 1% decrease in the price, the percentage change in quantity is 50%, right? This fraction right here equals negative 50. I'll come to this side. And that's a very negative number, negative 50 might be clear out here. That is very elastic, right? A 1%, just a tiny change in the price from right here, to right here results in a huge change, a large percentage change in the quantity. Whereas something that's inelastic means that you can change the price a lot, but quantity does not change that much. Now, there are things that affect elasticity, and I'm going to get rid of this formula for now. There are things that affect elasticity. I'll just give some quick examples. A good will be more inelastic in demand when it's something that you can't really avoid. So here's an example, a heart surgery. A heart surgery is like a necessity. You pretty much have to have it. If the price of heart surgeries changes, if it increases, we're going to see this. A heart surgery right here is inelastic, all right, heart surgery. If we change the price of heart surgeries, we're going to see that the quantity bought of heart surgeries doesn't change that much. Something that is elastic is something that you can substitute very easily between. So here's an example of a very elastic good. The price for a 2017 Honda Civic. That is a very specific good. If the price of the 2017 Honda Civic, specifically just that one, we're saving the Honda Civic Sport, if that increases in price a lot, just that specific model of that specific year, the quantity will change. I mean, if the price of the 2017 Honda Civic Sport increases a lot, then you'll just go buy a 2018 Honda Civic Sport. So a really specific good tends to be very elastic. If the price of, Morton salt increases by a lot, well, then you'll just buy Great Value Salt or some other brand. You can substitute easily. You can't really substitute away from a heart surgery. If a heart surgery increases in price, there's not really very many substitutes for it. So the same thing for inelastic and elastic goes for supply. After building up the intuition on demand, we won't really talk about that a whole lot. Just know that it follows the same. This would be this is inelastic supply. And this is elastic supply. The formula is the exact same to calculate it, the Q2 minus Q1 over Q2 plus Q1 divided by 2. But when you do supply, you'll always get a positive number. So if you were to solve that formula, we could graph it on a line, and it's kind of similar thing to demand. If it's between 0 and 1, this is inelastic, and then going from 1 to beyond, this is elastic. And at 1 right here, we have unit elastic. So yes, that is elasticities of supply and demand. There's a few more elasticities that we need to actually talk about. This is what we called own price elasticity, which is what we just did. It was, how does the quantity change when the price of the good itself changes? However, there's more elasticities than just that. We can also have income elasticity. We can have, let's see, cross price elasticity. So in the other elasticities, like I said, we were looking at how does the quantity change when the price of the good changes. In income elasticity, we want to look at what is the percentage change in the quantity for a percentage change in our incomes. So as we make more money, do we buy apples more? We could also graph this on a number line. This turns out this can be positive or negative. And actually, we'll just stick with income elasticity for now, and we'll talk about cross price. This right here would be negative infinity. This would be positive infinity. We do the same formula to calculate this. We would do the quantity that you buy, Q2 minus Q1, and then we would take your income, in the second period, your income Q2, or your income 2 minus your income in period 1, divided by what is the average of the two. And we could compute a sum number that we would graph on this number line. There's, similar to elastic and inelastic, there's some places we number this number line. I'll write them down, then we'll explain them. I didn't like how I wrote that. I almost did the same. Okay. So we can graph this good. We can graph income elasticity and say that something is inferior or normal, and then it's also a necessity or a luxury good. And note that some professors or people will say that necessities actually go to negative infinity, not just 0. Don't worry about that too much. Okay, what do each of these mean? So what might be helpful? A helpful way to think about this is, let's first look at inferior and normal good. What does inferior mean? That means that this whole equation right here is negative. Right? So if we look at this equation in detail, this means if this number is going to be negative, it means that as your income goes up, the quantity that you buy must go down. Now, what is an example of a good where when your income goes up, you buy less of it? Ramen noodles are a great example. As you make more money, you buy less ramen noodles. Bus tickets. As you make more money, you might be more likely to buy a car and you'll switch away from bus tickets. These are all classified as inferior goods. As our incomes go up, the quantity that we buy are less. A normal good would have to be the opposite. This is pretty much everything else, right? This is like jeans. As your income goes up, you might buy more jeans. Think about anything that's not an inferior good. As you make more money, you buy more of it. These might be like steak dinners at a steakhouse. As your income goes up, the quantity that you buy is more. We also can classify it as being a necessity or a normal good. So notice that for income elasticity, a good can be classified as a necessity in a normal good, a luxury in a normal good, or an inferior good. If you take this calculation and your number is between 0 and 1, so think about, let's look at 0.75. That means your percentage change in quantity over your percentage change in income equals 0.75. This means that as your income went up by 1%, you only increased buying that good by 75%. A luxury has to be more than 1. So this would be like a luxury good could have an income elasticity of 2, which would mean for the luxury good, that could be like the percentage change in quantity was equal to 2%, while the percentage change in income was equal to 1%. As your income went up by 1%, your quantity increased by 2%. A luxury good are literally like luxury things. Like this might be, for example, a houseboat. You would probably say that houseboats have an income elasticity way greater than 1. As your income goes up by a little bit, you will spend all of this money on a houseboat. So you'll spend a lot more money than by the percentage change that your income went up. An example of this might be like clothes, or maybe jeans, if we go back to jeans themselves. Your income goes up by 1%, but maybe you don't buy 1% more jeans. You just buy like you buy 0.75% more jeans. So that's income elasticity. The other elasticity is cross price. Cross price elasticity. So this is the percentage change in the quantity of some good. We're going to say that this is apples. So the percentage change of price of another good, we'll say bananas. We'll sit with this. We negative infinity to infinity. We actually only have 1.0, and we classify this as either a complement or a substitute. Okay. So if we look at this formula, we can kind of understand two goods are either complements or substitutes. Either you buy one good, and when you buy one good, you tend to buy the other one. That's a complement. Or a substitute, you either buy good A or good B. Maybe we think that bananas and apples are substitutes. When people go to the grocery store, they'll either buy bananas or they'll buy apples. That means if these are substitutes, their cross-price elasticity should be positive. That means that as bananas go up in price, we expect people to buy more apples, which makes sense. If you're going to the store and you're going to buy either bananas or apples and you see, oh, bananas are a lot more expensive, well, then I'm going to substitute away and I'll buy apples today. Complements, let's say that we were looking here, that this was peanut butter and this was jelly. This would have a negative cross-price elasticity. As the price of jelly goes up, we buy less peanut butter. But as the price of jelly goes down, we buy more peanut butter, right? So the percentage change in price, let's say that jelly drops 2% in price, and then you notice that people buy 3%, the amount of peanut butter we sell goes up by 3%. That means that these things are complements. As jelly gets cheaper, we're buying more peanut butter. They're working together. Because mind you, as the price of jelly is going down, by the law of demand, that means that we're buying more jelly. Those are all of the elasticities that you'll need to know. You'll oftentimes see these come up in a format of tables where it might give you, for example, or it might be too much to draw out, but they might tell you, take income elasticity. They'll give you like an output, like your income was $10,000, you bought 50 bananas. Your income then changed to $15,000, you bought 200 bananas. And then they'll say, what is your income elasticity? And you have 2 points. You'd have your income 1 and income 2, your quantity 1 and quantity 2, and you could plug it into this formula right here. In that case, you could plug it into this whole formula, P2 minus P1, I'll just give it to you again, divided by P2 plus P1 divided by 2. You could plug those numbers into here and figure out what your income elasticity was. Okay. The next thing, let's make sure we got this still going. The next thing that we can go on to are taxes and subsidies and price floors and price ceilings. So let's look at some market. And we have some Q star, we have some P star, we measure price on here, we measure quantity. That be seen well enough? I just want to make sure. Yeah. What we're going to model now is a tax. What happens when we tax this good? Now, there's a couple of different types of taxes. There's a unit tax and there's a percentage tax. We're not going to talk about percentage taxes. We're only going to talk about unit taxes. This would be an example that the government comes in and they say, we'll say this is the market for phones. Maybe this equilibrium price right here is $500, and this equilibrium quantity is 100. When the government institutes a tax, a unit tax, this is not a percentage tax, a unit tax, they say for every iPhone sold, we are going to tax it by $20. the way we draw that tax, remember that this axis right here is measured in dollars. We would find a wedge where this size of this wedge corresponded, so I'll write right here, this is a $20 tax, where the size of this wedge corresponds to $20. Maybe this right here is 490, and this right here is 510. The gap between that, obviously, is $20. When the government does this, there's a few parts of this graph that we want to label. Remember, we talked about consumer and producer surplus. Consumer surplus was this whole triangle right here. When this tax happens, the price that consumers now pay is $510. We can find that from the demand right there. This now becomes consumer surplus. Producers, the people that are selling the good, now only receive $490. A lot of times when we think of a tax, we think that as buyers, we pay all of it, but that's not true. It depends, and we're going to learn on elasticity as well. We do pay more, but sellers also receive more. This area right here is government revenue. There's also going to be a new quantity. Maybe this right here, this quantity equals 80. Then we have this, which we're going to call, I should write that out, deadweight loss. So in this example, hopefully this doesn't cut off my head. In this example, consumer surplus dropped. It did used to go down to right here. Now it's only this little small. If you don't remember, go back and you'll see the graphs where consumer surplus would normally go down to this $500 line. And producer surplus also drops. The government made money. They made $20 multiplied by however many of the 80 iPhones that we sold. So the government, and technically the government revenue in this case would equal 1,600, I believe. There's also this deadweight loss. This deadweight loss will come up frequently in economics, and it's a measure of lost consumer or producer happiness that we could have had, but we now don't have. And it's important to know that in economics, we don't really too much care who is happy. This government revenue isn't bad. We don't care if consumers are happy, producers are happy, the government's happy because they made money. But what we don't like is this deadweight loss right here. Because if we think about it, there was someone that was willing to pay $505 for a phone. And there was some seller that was willing to sell that phone for $495. They could have had a mutually beneficial transaction. He was willing to pay more than he was willing to sell it for. But because the government instituted this $20 tax and caused this wedging here, they now cannot sell. There's no price that they'll agree on. The difference between that is only $10, but the government's coming in and saying that they need a $20 wedge. So these transactions don't happen. Because they don't happen, the quantity now drops down from 100 to 80, and we get deadweight loss. Something that's important to recognize, I'm going to go ahead, I think, and erase this graph, is that the price and the tax for consumers and producers changed. In this case, I drew them both as equal, $10 decrease and increase either way. But it doesn't have to be like that. What it depends on is the elasticity. So I'm going to draw a very inelastic It's steep, looks like an I, inelastic, there's a trick, demand, and a very elastic supply. And the government's going to institute some tax. Let's say that this is the market for cars. The price that cars were going for, I mean, I guess we could specify this would be for, you know, a Mazda 6. Let me just put down some number, $4,000. And the government comes in and they said, note that this is not drawn to scale at all. And they're going to impose a tax of $100 on every car sold, on every Mazda 6 that's sold. The price that sellers receive might now be $3,900, let's say, and 90. But the price that demanders are paying, we need to make this difference a $100 wedge, right? The size of that wedge right there needs to be $100. So if we add $100 to here, we would get 4,090. Notice that in this case, the consumers, the demanders, pay a lot more of the tax. They're distorting their behavior by $90 of the $100 tax. Sellers are only distorting their behavior by $10 of the $100 tax. That is because demanders are more inelastic. This is a keynote. The more inelastic person bears more of the tax. The inelasticity means that as the price changes, you're willing to buy roughly the same amount. So if a tax gets put on the market for that good, and you are inelastic, the price for you will just raise, but you'll buy still roughly the same amount. The inelastic person bears the weight of the tax. I can't stress that enough. We could also look here and see that consumer surplus was, wherever these intersected up here, consumer surplus did go clear down to here. Now it's only going down to here, and it lost a lot. Producers were to here, and now they're to here, but the producers only lost that. Consumers lost all of that. The deadweight loss is right here. The government revenue is that whole area in between there. That's most of what we'll say on taxes. I'll probably draw just a couple of quick graphs to illustrate some goods. If the government wants to raise more revenue, I'm going to put two graphs side by side. I'm going to keep them symmetrical, but I have this one be really inelastic and this one really elastic. If the government implements a tax, let's say that the tax, in this, I don't even know what good this is, we don't have to specify, a $10 tax, that size of a wedge, if they put that wedge in this market, they'll make this much money. If they put that wedge in this market, they'll only make that much money. Government revenue is higher when you tax an inelastic good, and deadweight loss is a lot smaller when you tax an inelastic good. So the more efficient goods to tax are inelastic ones because deadweight loss is less. But as people, we don't like that. We don't want governments to tax the price of a heart surgery. We want them to tax the price of Morton salt, so then we can just substitute away to a different brand of salt. But the better one to tax is technically the inelastic good because there's less deadweight loss. Now we'll talk about subsidies, and we don't go into nearly as much detail with subsidies, so this should be pretty fast. For a subsidy, instead of the government requiring a dollar amount, they give a dollar amount. So we drew taxes over here. We're going to actually draw subsidies over here. Imagine that this is the market for, let's draw it down here so I don't go off the screen, education. And the government says we're going to give a $1,000 subsidy for education. This increases, normally our quantity of education would be right here. This increases the quantity of education that we see in the market because the government is willing to fund money, so more people are going to get an education. This might seem a little counterintuitive, but I'll just explain it. Consumer surplus, this graph is going to get a little hectic. Consumer surplus goes down to here. That is all consumer surplus. Producer surplus overlaps and comes up to here. I'm now actually going to erase those because this will get really complicated really fast if I don't. So consumer and producer surplus overlapped. Government spending on the subsidy is this whole rectangle right here, right? It's how much the subsidy is multiplied by how many people they give the subsidy to. Deadweight loss is actually still here, and it's right here. The reason there's deadweight loss is that there was some person who valued, we gotta put a price to this. Maybe this is 30,000. There was someone who valued their education and maybe, some number down here. Let's see if we gotta make $1,000 difference. Let's go 29,950. That's this person right here. This seller right here, this would be like 30,050. Oh, that's a $100 wedge. We need a $1,000 wedge. Forgot it was a $1,000 subsidy. There we go. That's a $1,000 difference. There was someone that valued their education at only $29,500. That's the most that they were willing to pay for it. And in total, with the government spending, someone was paid $30,500 for that. But that transaction should not have occurred. This person did not value their education at the amount that it cost. And really, actually, to be more correct, maybe some of you guys might notice this. This 29,500, perhaps I've made this mistake in a past one as well. That would actually correspond to this person right here and this seller right here, because that's a $1,000 gap. This one right here would be like a $500 gap, for example. So that is deadweight loss. That was part of government spending. Remember, government spending is all of this. Governments spend money to make this transaction happen when it shouldn't have happened. That's all. We don't usually, I've personally never seen, I don't think I've ever seen questions go into depth on elasticity of subsidies. We only do that for taxes, really. Although you could do it, but I don't think we typically go into that. Price floors and price ceilings. This is a pretty quick one. We actually saw something pretty similar to this earlier. When we have a market A price floor and a price ceiling is a government mandate that basically says this good has to, in a price ceiling, this good cannot cost more than this amount of money, or in a price floor, this good has to cost this amount of money at least. Price ceilings and floors can be both binding and not binding. Let's say that milk is going for $2 a gallon, and the government comes in with a price floor and says milk has to cost at least 50 cents a gallon. Right? That's the floor, that's the minimum. That doesn't do anything because it wasn't going for less than 50 cents a gallon. Or let's say that if milk is $2 a gallon, the government comes in and says, all right, the most milk is allowed to sell for is $5 a gallon. Well, no one was trying to sell a gallon of milk for $5, so those are non-binding. But if the government comes in and says milk, the most it can be sold for is $1.50 when it was $2, then, actually it's like this, we draw this price ceiling hopefully I spelled that right. We draw this price ceiling like this. The government says the most milk is allowed to be sold for is $1.50. You can't sell it for $2.50. Notice that at this point, we demand this much milk, but we only supply, let me put quantity supplied, quantity demanded. We only supply this much, right? If it's cheaper, a lot of people want to buy, but people aren't willing to sell. This price ceiling causes, once again, deadweight loss. It causes consumer surplus to go to right here and producer surplus to go to right here. Are consumers better off? Well, they lost out on this triangle, but they gained that. It's hard to tell if they are better off or worse off. That depends on their elasticity and how much the ceiling is. Producers, though, are definitely worse off. They lost all of this right here. Also notice that, just as kind of a caveat, when this happens, there may be there might be third markets that pop up to try to solve this, because we call this right here a shortage. And if there's a shortage, then maybe someone could come and buy milk for $1.50, and then it's kind of weird to think of a black market for milk, but on a black market, in a third market, they could say, hey, I just bought my milk for $1.50 because the government instituted that, but I'll secretly sell you this milk for $2. And someone will buy that. So sometimes when the government institutes things like this, there can be other markets and illegal things that come about to try to solve this inefficiency. The inefficiency wants to solve itself, essentially. We can do the exact same thing for a price floor by drawing it the exact other way. If this is $2, maybe the government comes in and says milk has to be sold for $2.50. Once again, we'll have deadweight loss. Producers are maybe happier. They lost this triangle, but they gained that. Consumers are definitely worse off. It might be interesting to think, like, why would the government do this? The government actually does do this, and usually happens in agriculture to support farmers. And mind you, are they really supporting farmers? Because they've lost this surplus, but they gained that. It can be hard to tell. But to support farmers, governments might come in and say, all right, food has to be sold for at least this price. Because if the government doesn't do that, maybe the price of food will get so low that farmers won't farm. So that actually, this is a price floor. And I guess I should write, this was the market for milk. this does actually, in fact, happen. And this right here, we would actually show that this right here, this is the quantity that we demand. This is the quantity that we supply. This is a surplus. And it's hard when governments make all this, when farmers make all this milk up here, they supply this much, but they only sell this much. It's hard. What do they do with this milk? Well, it's really tempting for a third market to come in because farmers can't just keep the milk. It's easy for them to come in and to say, hey, I got this extra milk. Will you buy it for, even though I have to sell it for $2.50, will you buy it for $2 a gallon? And so it's hard to keep the price up here and to stop it from going back down to here. That's price ceilings and price floors. And notice that we could also change the elasticities on ceilings and floors, kind of change, although it's not technically the slope of those graphs to change how it would look. Okay, the last, make sure this thing's still going. The last thing we're going to talk about right here in this video, at least this part, is going to be looking at individual firms within a market. So we're going to talk about perfect competition right here. Perfect competition is a market where there's a lot of sellers and all the sellers are selling the exact same good. Buyers don't care who they buy the seller from. So an example of a perfect competition market might be fast food restaurant hamburgers, right? You don't care if you get it from McDonald's or Wendy's or Burger King. We'll say that essentially they're all the exact same. It might not technically be the exact same to you, but imagine that you don't really care. For all you care, the burgers are the exact same. You just care about which one's the cheapest. An example of not perfect competition, this would not be like the market for shoes if we're comparing name brand shoes to off-brand shoes. You don't care just about the price. You don't just go for the cheapest shoes. In a lot of cases, you'll go also for a name brand pair of shoes. So this is, we're going to draw and think about the market for hamburgers. We have some quantity, some price, and a supply and a demand. And now this is going to be a new graph. We're going to talk about it. This is going to be, so this is the market. This quantity, and I'll explain what I'm doing. This is the market. This is one firm. Okay, so first of all, we're going to look at the costs that a firm has. And then we'll come back to this graph. So there's three different types of costs. We have total cost, we have fixed cost, and we have variable costs. So, and then maybe a quick little equation, variable costs plus fixed costs equal total costs. So a variable cost is a cost that varies on the quantity that we sell. So for a hamburger restaurant, a variable cost, for example, is the cost of ketchup. The more hamburgers they sell, the more costs they have in terms of ketchup. They have to pay more money for ketchup. So this is an example is ketchup. A fixed cost does not depend on the quantity that you sell. This is, for example, rent. Let's say that the restaurant is renting out the building that they're operating in. Doesn't matter if they sell 0 hamburgers or 1,000 hamburgers, they're gonna pay the same amount in rent. Total cost is just both of them added together. We can divide each of these, total cost divided by quantity that we're selling, to get average total cost. We can do that similar to here, fixed cost divided by quantity to get average fixed costs. Variable cost divided by quantity to get average variable cost. This is a part in this video where we're probably not going to go too much into depth on the explanation of why they occur this way, but just more talk about it this way. It tends to be, I'm actually going to erase, well, no, I'll keep those up. We'll draw it right here. If we were to graph average fixed cost, it would look like this. That's something, if you sit and think about it, rent, if you divide it by your quantity, the more you sell, it just gets lower and lower and lower over time. Not going to go into too much depth on it, that's just the way the graph shapes. Average variable cost looks like this. It tends to go down and then up. The reason it tends to go down is because of as you sell more quantity, you tend to work more efficiently, but then over time, as you sell more and more quantity, it gets more and more expensive. Once again, we're not going to go into intuition on the shape of the graph, just know that it looks like that. And then if you add these two together, this was average fixed cost going down. If you add these two together, you'll get a graph that looks like this. That graph is average total cost, which I have drawn right here. I didn't put it the exact same way, but note that it's there. I also didn't draw, you'll notice, average variable cost and average fixed cost on this graph. We usually don't do that in these kinds of problems. Okay. I don't mean to go fast, but we just don't have a whole lot of time to spend explaining the shapes of those graphs. In perfect competition, I want to highlight that we're dealing with perfect competition in this case. In perfect competition, the market, and let's say that this is the market for burgers. The market supply and demand sets a price. The individual firms cannot change the price of burgers. They just accept the price in the market. If this price right here is $3, then each firm, the price is equal to $3. Each firm also has a marginal cost and an average total cost, and we'll talk about marginal cost in just a second. Or actually, maybe we'll do it right now. Marginal cost is how much money does a firm pay, does it cost to sell one more burger? Marginal cost graphs always go up. And the reason they go up is because variable costs go up over time. The average variable cost goes up over time, at least. As firms sell more and more, it will cost them more and more over time. Each unit will cost more. In a market, the price is set and the firms take that price. The firm knows if I sell a hamburger, I'm going to make $3 off of it. The question then becomes, how many hamburgers should I sell? And this is where marginal cost versus marginal benefit analysis comes in. So I'm actually going to erase this. And we're going to draw one graph right here. So marginal cost, marginal benefit. In economics, and this actually depending on your professor, will go, this marginal cost or marginal benefit analysis is actually really crucial. A lot of people understand this theoretically, but when it comes time to actually taking tests and actually being put on the spot to do this, they won't do it correctly. So a lot of times professors will say, this is really complicated, and then they'll teach it, and a lot of students will be like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's actually easy. It is easy, and then they'll hit a test question, and they won't do marginal cost and marginal benefit analysis correctly. Essentially, what the idea is we want to keep on producing as long as the marginal benefit, and remember the marginal is the last good, as long as the benefit is more than the cost. So in this case, if we measure quantity on this axis and dollars on this axis, meaning that as we sell more, it costs more and more per each unit sold, the benefit that we get is the same because the price is the same. We want to sell at this quantity. If you're at this quantity right here, then if you sold one more, you would get $3 out of it, and maybe it would only cost you $2.70. Of course you should do that. If you can get $3 in exchange for $2.70, you should do it. Maybe the next one you'll get $2, it'll only cost you $2.80. So you should continue to do it. You should continue to produce where marginal benefit equals marginal cost. If you go beyond there, then you're saying on this side right here, then you're saying, oh, I chose to sell another hamburger. It cost me $3.10 to make it, and I only made $3 off of it. That does not make sense. That's not a good transaction. That's marginal cost and marginal benefit. When we look at this firm graph up here, the firm will choose to produce right here. This will be the firm's Q star, because the marginal, and I put MR, this is for revenue, the amount of revenue, which is the same as benefit to a firm. The benefit that firms get is the money they make. They want to produce where marginal revenue or marginal benefit equals marginal cost. Notice, and this is really important, they did not choose to produce right here because of anything that had to do with average total cost. If average total cost had been up here, would the firm produce right here? A lot of times people will say yes, and that's because they don't understand marginal benefit and marginal cost. They would not produce right here. That is not good. Your costs are much higher than your benefits or the amount of money, revenue you're taking in. You want to produce where they're equal to each other. It has nothing to do with this graph. It only has to do with marginal cost and marginal revenue. I know I've said that many times, but as I TA'd this class for several semesters, that is something, marginal cost and marginal benefit analysis makes sense intuitively, but then when people graph the firms, they'll think, oh, the firm should produce right there. It's because they don't understand marginal cost and marginal benefit. Don't make that same mistake. We're now going to talk about shocks in a market and within a firm. So, as it turns out, in a market and within a firm, firms in the long run, firms earn zero profit in long run. I'm just going to make some of these claims and then we'll explain them just a little bit. Let's talk about profit for a brief moment, and we're gonna sidestep this for just 1 second and talk about the difference between accounting versus economic profit. Accounting profit is what everyone's used to, which is your revenue minus your expenses. Economic profit has to do with opportunity cost. opportunity cost is what did you give up to do what you are doing? So let's say that I had two choices. I could either, well, let's write this out. We'll make it easier. Let's say that, and this will be a quick example, which we haven't done a lot of, but this is a hard concept. Opportunity cost is really hard to understand, so it's best to show with an example. Let's say that I had option 1, which was that I could spend $300 for vacation. Let's see, that's not out of screen, is it? Okay. I could spend $300 for vacation, and this vacation will give me, I'll value it. And let's say that I value it at $400. So if I could put $1, it sounds weird to put $1 value amount to your experience, but just think about what's the most you'd be willing to pay for a trip to Hawaii. Are you willing to pay right now $50 to go to Hawaii? Good chance a lot of you would say yes, I'd be totally willing to do that. Well, then you must value a trip to Hawaii at $50. It must give you $50 of happiness. Are you willing to spend right now $10,000 to go to Hawaii? A lot of you probably say, no, I'm not really willing to spend that amount of money. Well, then the dollar value of how much happiness you get out of Hawaii must not be $10,000. You'd be trading $10,000 for something that was worth less than $10,000 to you. Now let's say that I have another option and I could stay home and study which would cost $0, but the value is $50. If I stay home and study, I get $50 of benefit because I study now for a class, let's say. Let's say that I choose option 1. If I choose option 1, what is my total cost of option 1? We would say that the opportunity cost of option 1 is, how much money did you spend for option 1? You spent $300. And what did you give up? You gave up $50 of value. Thus, to you, the opportunity cost for option 1 was $350. This seems counterintuitive to most people because they're used to doing accounting profit or accounting costs, where in economics we say your opportunity cost includes what you gave up for your next best option. And here I only gave us 2 options, but if I had given us multiple options, we'd choose which of, if I was doing option 1 and then I also had 2 and 3, I would say I had 2 and 3, which one's the next best one? The opportunity cost is what do I give up to do this, and then what did I not get to do from option 2? I gave up $50. So this idea of opportunity cost also plays into economic profit. And these are complicated concepts. But economic profit, which we denote as pi, when firms make zero economic profit, that means that they are doing just as good as they could for their next best option. Okay? Zero economic profit does not mean the firm is making no money. It means that that's the best the firm could be doing. If they're suffering an economic loss, that means that there's something, maybe another industry they could be in that they could be doing better at. Okay, economists look not only at what does it cost to do what I'm doing, but what did I give up because I'm choosing to do what I'm also doing. So if we now come back to this, we had to talk about a lot to get to here. This firm has zero economic profit because they're selling this many burgers. They're going for $3 a burger, and how much is it costing for each burger? Well, their average total cost is $3 at this point right here. So they're receiving $3 per burger, but but the cost is also $3 per burger. That means that they're making zero economic profit. That does not mean that they're making zero accounting profit, but they're making zero economic profit. The firm is doing just as good as they could be doing in another situation or in another industry, for example. We can move around this average total cost to give the firm economic profit or losses. If average total cost was right here, then they're producing right here. It's costing this much on average when they sell this many goods, but they're only making this much money. So this is a loss. Their costs are above what they're making. The firm could also have economic, this was an economic loss. They could also have an economic profit. If their costs were right here, and they produce this much, but it only costs them this much, that right there is all profit they're making, economic profit. They're doing even better than they could versus something else that they could be doing, another option that the firm could be doing. One thing you'll notice that marginal cost always intersects average total cost, and I've always drawn so that it intersects it at its lowest point. I won't explain really, I'll briefly explain why, and you can prove this to yourself, but if the cost of your last unit is below your average, which is all on this side, your average should be falling. But if the cost of your last unit is above your average should be rising. A really easy way to explain that is if your GPA this quarter, or if your GPA this semester, so your marginal GPA, your last GPA, is less than your total GPA at BYU, then your average GPA is falling. But if your marginal GPA is higher than your average GPA, then your average GPA must be rising. And if that didn't make sense, you can think about it for some time, and that's just a logical way that it works out. The same is actually also true for average total cost. If we also graph average variable cost, marginal cost should intersect average variable cost also at its minimum point for a similar reason. So there's a whole lot with these two graphs right here. There's a lot of shifts we can do, and we can't explain all of these shifts in this video. But also that's not the point of this video. I'm just going to talk about maybe a couple or maybe even just one simple shift, talk about what happens. So let's say that in the market, there's a whole bunch of people that come in that want to buy burgers. Demand comes out to here. What happens to the price now? The price now rises to here. the price in the market, oh, sorry, let me restart and draw this where it should be. From our last example, average total cost. If the price rises to right here now, this price no longer exists. Price is now right here. And where are firms going to produce? Firms are going to produce right here. They're going to produce where marginal cost equals marginal benefit. When they do that, they will now make a profit. It only costs them on average this much, but they're able to sell the burgers for that much. The firms make a profit. What happens when firms make economic profit? When firms make economic profit, that means that this industry is better than the next best option. So other firms will enter the industry, and that will cause supply to increase, right? There's now more sellers in a market. Same thing as if there's more buyers, demand will increase. If there's more sellers, supply will increase. That will bring the price away from right here and back down to where it was, which was right here. When prices drop to right there, firms will produce back to right here, and profits will go to zero. In the long run, profits go to zero. That's how we always define long run. In the long run, there's no economic profits. The short run, we distinguish between the short and the long run. The long run is what it takes for a firm to enter, exit an industry, or to change its all of its capital or machinery within an industry. In the short run, there was profits, but in the long run, firms were able to enter, and there's now no profits. This might seem a little confusing, but we can draw these graphs or we can draw these shocks in all sorts of different ways. Like I said, there are so many different ways that we can't go through them all right here. I'll maybe just give one more. I'm gonna use this to set a price. In perfect competitions, firms are price takers, not makers. They just have to accept the price that's given to them in the market. We have the price, we have marginal cost, and we're gonna start in long run equilibrium, which means that with zero profits, showing that this average total cost and marginal cost and price all intersect. Let's say that a firm decides or figures out how to lower its marginal costs, okay? If a firm figures out, actually I want to do a blue marker that'll make this easier. If a firm figures out how to lower its marginal cost will go to right here. I'm showing a downward shift. I'm going to also show a downward shift in average total cost. And what do we notice right here? Do firms produce more or less? They were producing right here before. Where are firms now going to produce in the short run? Right here. Marginal cost equals marginal benefit. What will happen? Well, if firms are producing right here and costs are down here, that's profit right there. Their costs are lower than the price. They're making profit. What happens when firms make profits? I'm going to get rid of this just to clear up our graph a little bit. We no longer have this average total cost and marginal cost line. We only have this. And I'll get rid of that Q as well. What happens when firms make profits? Well, that incentivizes, hey, you should come to this burger industry. We're making economic profit. Supply will increase as firms join, which will bring the price down. I should probably draw it a little bit more. People will enter the industry until, in the long run, profits go to zero. right there. Firms will now choose to produce right here, and there will be no more price right here, and similarly, there will be no more economic profit. So in the long run, firms produce just as much as they originally had before. I erased that first Q. In the market, in the long run, the quantity increased and the price decreased. Those were probably confusing, but we don't have a whole lot of time to explain why these occurred. Or to go into more explanation of it, that'll have to come just from taking the class itself. And there's a whole lot of different shocks that can occur. I showed in the very first one, people moved in. What if people move out? Then demand decreases. Now firms will suffer a loss. In which case supply will have to decrease because there'll have to be less sellers because there's less people buying. There'll be zero profits in the long run, but first firms will suffer a loss because there was a demand decrease. We're now going to quickly talk about shutdown prices. I'm going to draw a marginal cost curve. That is probably outside of what you can see. Right here, marginal cost. Then I'm going to draw average total cost. I'm going to draw average variable cost. Notice I'm not drawing average fixed cost, although it would look kind of like this, just because it's not important here. Shutdown and operating prices. So there's we had a lot of questions and scenarios where we want to know, what should firms do in the short and long run? Should they operate or no? What we need to look at is where are prices at. So I'm going to give a few different options of prices. Let's say that the price from the market is right here. This is going to be price 1. Or let's say the price of the market is right here. We're going to call this price 2. Or the price of the market is right here. We're going to call this price 3. Let's first look at price 3 actually. Should a firm operate and want to go, actually to make this even easier, let's do short run, long run for price 3, price 2, price 1. Should the firm, what we're going to say, should the firm stay open or operate in the short and long run? If the price is at price 3, the firm's actually making economic profit because they'll produce right here and their costs are right here. So should the firm continue to stay operating? Yes, in the short run and in the long run they should. Now let's imagine the price is P2. What should the firm do? Well, the firm's going to produce this unit right here, but their costs are higher. So they're suffering an economic loss, which means that there's another option that's better. They should get out of there. However, firms can't exit completely an industry in the short run. We kind of define long run by how much time it takes for the firm to enter or exit an industry. So what should the firm do in the short run? Should they stay open or should they continue to operate? The answer is yes, they should. And that's because the price is above average variable cost. So let's imagine that this is Delta Airlines, and they're losing money, they're suffering an economic loss, maybe they're losing money overall. However, the variable costs for Delta Airlines, think of what changes, what costs increase as their quantity increases. Well, that's like the price for fuel, the price for their pilot that they had to pay, the flight attendants, the snacks, little snacks that they give you. That's probably about it. Their fixed costs are like the price of a plane, right? If they took out a loan on a plane, doesn't matter if they fly that plane or not. They've got to pay back a loan on it. if Delta Airlines, if the price for a ticket will cover their variable costs, they should continue to fly right now, right? If Delta Airlines is like, oh, if we sell 200 tickets on a plane, we divide it out, and the cost for fuel and the pilot's salary and the flight attendants and the cookies is about, that if we're divided by the number of tickets we sell, that's about $30 a person. But we can sell these tickets for $170 a person. Well, then they should sell those tickets. Even if they're below average total cost, that difference in there isn't enough to make up the debt that they're paying on their planes. They should at least fly it because they can at least lessen their losses, right? They don't want to fall for sunk cost fallacy. Sunk costs are basically, if a cost occurred in the past and it's going to happen either way, it shouldn't affect what you do now. Delta Airlines is going to pay the money on the planes, the debt that they owe on their planes, their interest debt that they're paying, they're going to pay no matter what. They shouldn't let that decide if they're going to fly. They should only look at the margin. They decide on the margin. So right now they should continue to fly because at the very least, they can make $140 that will, help to lessen their losses. But in the long run, if they can't pay back those loans and be profitable, they should not be in there. Now, what if the price is below variable cost right here? That's like it costs $30, but the market ticket for flights are only $25. Well, then each ticket you sell, you lose an additional $5. They should not operate and sell right now. They should not operate in the short run. They should close their doors. And then in the long run, they should get out of there as quick as possible. These all show, should they operate in the short run? Should they stay in the industry or exit the industry in the long run? And yeah, that's all for continuing or choosing to operate on this section. And that will be all right now for this video. Okay, so for this next section, we're going to talk about some inefficiencies in markets. The first things that we're going to talk about are monopolies, monopolistic competitions, and natural monopolies. First thing is important to know is that there are multiple ways that a market can be structured. We looked before at perfect competition with multiple firms. A monopoly has just one firm. A duopoly has two firms. And then monopolistic competition has many firms, but we'll look at the differences between them. What tends to be one of the differing reasons that differentiates these types of markets is whether or not other firms can enter. So in a monopoly, there's only one firm in the market that's producing everything. And the question is, why are there more firms producing? There's several reasons why that might happen, but they're all forms of barriers to entry. Sometimes the government regulates it. The government only wants one firm. For example, here in Provo, your electricity comes from Provo Power. There's only one company that supplies, and that's because the government lets them have a monopoly on the market. We'll look at a few things on those and in the way that we graph them. This right here is an example of a monopoly market. You'll notice that there's some similarities and differences. We still have marginal cost and average total cost the same. The cost structure doesn't change. What does change is in perfect competition, when we had this graph, we had this straight line of the price, which was also equal to demand and marginal revenue. Those were all equal. The demand curve that a perfect competition firm faced was perfectly horizontal. Notice that wasn't the market demand, but it was the demand for the individual firm. It didn't matter what the firm produced, that burger firm produces, they all will be priced, the burgers will all be the same exact price. That's not the same for monopoly. A monopoly up here faces a traditional demand curve because they are the only producers. If Nike only sells one pair of shoes, as evidenced by their shoes that they only make a limited number of, the price is really high, but Nike doesn't have a true monopoly because there are other companies that make shoes. But if they were to make a lot of one type of shoe, the price would be a lot lower. The marginal revenue is also underneath demand. It'll actually intersect this Q-axis at half the distance between 0 and the demand curve. If this intersects at 100, this will be 50. There's a proof for that. We're not going to go into it. Basically showing that at any quantity, the more you produce, the firm has to lower the price that they sell all them, but the marginal revenue of that last good produced is actually less than the price. That might seem a little counterintuitive, but as Professor Curl says, just go home and think about that and you'll prove to yourself why that is. Where will the company choose to produce? Marginal cost and marginal revenue. It'll produce right here. They will then charge a price equal to their demand curve at that point. That's a little different than perfect competition. We don't have to worry about choosing that price. The monopoly will choose the price based off of their optimal quantity of marginal revenue and marginal cost. The company will make profits right here. That's their profit. So they're doing better than their next best option, and other firms should enter in, but because there's a monopoly, there's some sort of barrier to entry and firms cannot enter in. The question is, do we like this? Is this right? No. Ultimately, we do not. We like perfect competition because marginal cost was equal to marginal willingness to pay. That was something that came up near the beginning of the video when we talked about a demand curve and looking at the price, how that last buyer, their marginal willingness to pay was equal. In this case, the most efficient option is to actually charge a price right here and a quantity right here. To do this, the firm, the monopoly, would have to produce more. That's where marginal willingness to pay is evidenced by the demand curve. We can think of this as, in a lot of cases, similar to the demand curve, is equal to the marginal cost. That is, as I recall, that is what we call allocative efficiency. The marginal cost for the firm is equal to the marginal willingness to pay of the last buyer. However, we could even lower it more and force this firm to do, well, this is called also marginal cost pricing. We could also force them to do average total cost pricing. I'll put ATC, this is MC. Maybe those don't come through very easily. Stand to this side so I don't leave the frame. That would require them to produce even more. And at this point, their profits would be 0. Notice that right here, they still have an economic profit. At this point, there is no economic profit. That's average total cost pricing. However, that is not the efficient point. The efficient point is where marginal willingness to pay is equal to marginal cost. This graph over here represents a monopolistic competition. A monopolistic competition is very similar to a monopoly, but it's essentially a monopoly where there aren't as many barriers to entry and other firms can come in. However, consumers don't value all of the goods from the different firms the exact same. An example of this would be Cafe Rio does really well, is making profit, and then Costa Vida comes in, and then Qdoba comes in. There's no barriers to entry, but people don't value all of those the same. Obviously, people value Cafe Rio more than they value the other ones. As it turns out in this one, the firm will choose to produce right here where marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost. And at this point, there are no economic profits. That's the reason, because over time, this is Cafe Rio, just if Cafe Rio truly was the first one, I don't know. As Cafe Rio's right here, Qdoba comes in. As Qdoba comes in and offers another solution, the demand curve and subsequently the marginal revenue curve will shift backwards. And then, or Costa Vida comes in, or Qdoba, whichever one I said didn't say last time, comes in and it shifts the demand curve back. Basically, the demand curve keeps on shifting back until there are zero profits. Once again on this one, we could force them to do marginal cost pricing, which would be efficient, and that would lower the price right here. The way we could do that, well, we could force the price, or we could force them to make more, which will lower the price right there. These are two different types of monopolies. There's a third type of monopoly that I want to spend a little bit more time on. But before we bring it up, we're going to talk a little about returns to scale. This graph is going to seem a little bit, maybe a little confusing at first if you're like most people. These represent average total cost graphs. Each of these is an individual graph. Think about our normal average total cost graph over different periods of time. And what each period is, period 1, 2, and 3, is the firm upgrading, this is an example, is the firm upgrading to a larger and larger factory. Over time, as firms upgrade to a larger factory, they can lower their costs. Think that a firm is starting out, they're really successful, but they're operating out of this small little workroom, and all of a sudden they upgrade, and it's not very efficient. They're ignore 2 and 3, just look at this first graph. They're operating, maybe they're producing this quantity right here, and it's costing them this much. But all of a sudden the firm upgrades, boom, to a bigger factory. Average total cost 2. Now at this quantity, it only costs this much. With their larger factory, the firm produces more and more and more, and eventually they produce this output right here, but it's costing them this much money, and then bam, they upgrade to another larger factory, ATC3, and they come down here. So we started right here, then we went to right here, then we went to right here, then to right there. Seems a little confusing, but this is just multiple snapshots of different average total cost curves for how, a lot of times we think about it in terms of a firm getting a larger and larger factory. I don't know if it has to be that, but that's just a lot of times the way we think of it. Let me get rid of these now, and we're going to talk about what this means. So these are each short-run average total cost curves, right? Short run, the long run is defined as the time it takes to switch your capital. Remember, we define capital as things like machines or a factory. Over time, though, you can see that these are all short run. Over time, though, we're decreasing. So this is our long run average total cost curve. And it's falling over time, showing that over time, as this firm produces more and more and more, in the long run, they can drive their costs lower and lower. The ultimate result of this is that any firm that wants to come in and start will be forced to start clear up here on ATC1. They have no chance of competing with the firm that over time has driven their costs so low. This firm that's cleared out here could outprice this firm and essentially form a monopoly. This is what's called a natural monopoly. There's a really good, usually we don't give, I haven't been giving examples in this video, but there's a really good example of this that I think helps to make a lot of sense. Where as a firm produces more, it can just drive its costs down, making it so that other firms can't join in. So let's think of a road. These are city blocks, right? Here's your road right here. And these are houses. If a firm wants to put in, let's say, a natural gas line. Let's say there's a company that's providing natural gas to houses in this community. For a firm to supply this first house right here, they're going to have to dig up the road and to lay in, actually, let's talk about this. Let's say a firm is supplying natural gas to this house right here. This just represents like the massive natural gas line that's running underneath the road, and there's a little hook off for this house. Then let's say that someone comes in this house and they say, hey, we just built a house right here, we want natural gas. This company, boom, doesn't really cost that much, just a small little hookup. If this house right here pops up though, and they're like, hey, we want to have natural gas, but then another company comes in and is like, oh, we're gonna supply you natural gas instead of this company. That company, this other company is going to have to tear up the road, lay down a huge line, and put in a small little hookup. How much do you think that company is going to charge that house to do that? The answer is probably a lot of money. That's a lot of construction work. Meanwhile, this company that's already been here could easily outprice them, because whatever company that new company's gonna have, whatever price that new company's gonna have to charge, this one right here could say, hey, it only costs me just that to hook you up to our line. This is a form of a natural monopoly. As they supply more and more, over time, the average cost just gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper to supply. And people can't outprice them. The way we draw a natural monopoly it looks kind of similar to our other graphs, but is a little different. We still have marginal cost, an average total cost, or actually the way I would probably prefer to, oh sorry, that wasn't right. I knew something was wrong. We still have marginal cost. Average total cost looks like this. This is like that long run average total cost supply we just barely did. And then they do still have a marginal cost that looks like this. And they will still have a demand and a marginal revenue. Where will they choose to produce? They will choose to produce right here. Marginal cost to marginal revenue, and charge up here. Where would it be most efficient for them to charge? The answer to that is right here, or I think that is not technically right there, that one right there. That's the price efficient. That's the quantity efficient. Let me get rid of that dot so it doesn't seem confusing. So this company, by existing, can over time drive their costs down to the point that no one can compete with them. This tends to happen a lot with natural resources. The gas example, one company owns the rights to the water from, a lake, to service the whole community. They can just drive their costs down low because they own the water to that lake. And if someone tries to come in, it's going to take them so much more money to get water from some other source. So this tends to happen with natural resources. The government actually sometimes allows this to happen. For example, with Provo Power, they're the only people that can provide power. However, if the government does that, they're going to regulate it. What the government's going to do is, and actually I want to draw this graph one more time so I can get a couple of these lines farther apart to help illustrate something. So we got our quantity, our price, we got our demand, our marginal revenue. I'm going to do marginal cost like this. Notice it could be upward sloping, which is totally okay. And then I may have accidentally, this is actually the better way to draw it. I apologize, I think there was a mistake in the last graph. Because average total cost is continually falling, marginal cost should never intersect it because it intersects average total cost at its minimum. I think I drew that wrong in the last one. But we'll look at this one right here instead. Marginal cost is always below average total cost because it's falling. The company will want to produce right here and charge this price. The government will want the company to produce right here and charge this price. There's a problem though, and that is that governments don't know what the cost structure of a firm looks like. And this firm is going to try to make it seem like their costs are much higher, trying to keep their price clear up to here, and the government doesn't have a way to verify what their individual private costs of the firm are. The government's going to try to force them at this quantity to bring the price down to here. If the government does this, for example, as I believe it might happen with power in either Provo or I think it's Rocky Mountain Power's in Orem, I forget. If the government does this though, look, they are suffering a loss of this. This is all a loss. Before, this was their profit, but now they're at a loss because the government's forcing the price clear in here. So the government will actually have to subsidize and give this firm that amount of money to stay in business. If they don't, then the firm will go out of business. So that's a natural monopoly. This is the most efficient point because it's where marginal willingness to pay is equal to the marginal cost. They could also price them right here. This is not the most efficient because it's not where marginal willingness to pay is equal to marginal cost, but it doesn't require a subsidy. The price is going to be a little bit higher though. That's what we have on monopolies. Next, we're going to talk about externalities. This is another way in which the private market fails. So externalities, there are positive and negative externalities. I'm going to draw a negative one. We have our demand. We have our supply. I'm going to draw one more supply line. So this may seem a little confusing. This is going to be a negative externality. So maybe we'll just talk first about what externalities are. Externalities are when a market does something, either good or bad, and it has an effect that we don't fully measure. One of the best examples is pollution. It costs a company some amount of money to get rid of pollution, right? Hence the reason companies pollute, it's cheap. But the pollution causes a negative impact on everyone else in the area. And if we could measure the negative impact of that pollution, the company's going to pollute as much as it makes sense. But if we can measure how negative the impact is, then maybe the company should pollute less. But the company doesn't realize the negative impact. Here's an example of a positive externality, where we do something good, but we don't realize the good that it does. If you live in a neighborhood and you decide to make your yard nice, it gives you some dollar benefit value. You value your nice front yard as some dollar value. But what you don't recognize is that your neighbors also value you having a nice front yard. So let's look at an inefficient example of a positive externality. Let's say that to do front yard, it will cost you $1,000 to redo your front yard and make it look nice. But you benefit having a nice front yard at $950. So are you going to do your front yard? And the answer is no. The marginal benefit is not greater than the marginal cost. The marginal cost is greater. You don't value your front yard enough, so you won't do it. But what if you could talk to your neighbors and you had 5 neighbors that value your front yard at, we'll say, $25 each. So you having a nice front yard causes each of your neighbors $25 of happiness. Well, then if we think about it, 25 times 5, that right there is a total of $125. If you were to do your front yard, the total benefit would be $1,075 and it would only cost $1,000. That is a transaction that should happen, but we're not going to see it happen because you don't recognize the positive externality to your neighbors that occurs. You won't make this transaction even though it would be more efficient for it to happen. Let's look at this graph right here and see how we might graph that. And I'm actually going to graph this. We'll do it positive first. It might be a little easier. So this is the demand, and we'll call this for yourself. Depending on what class, I think they have different names that they'll call it, but it's essentially the demand that you see for this good. This good will be front yards. But this is the demand that's true. If we were to account for all of the benefit that everyone else gets from you having a nice front yard, then we would actually do more. So this is the quantity that the market will produce, and this is the price. But what we don't recognize is that the quantity, the true quantity, would actually be much greater. If people recognized how much their front yards helped other people, more people would spend the money to make their front yards look nice. But they don't recognize that. So we produce this quantity even though this is the quantity we would want to produce. Might seem a little counterintuitive, but the price also be higher. So this is a positive externality in demand. Now we could also have a negative externality in supply, which is what I was drawing before. So this will be a negative supply externality. So we had a demand. We have some supply, but this is the owned supply. But then we have some supply that's true. if we saw how much pollution hurt people, then we would decrease the amount that we pollute. The market pollutes this much, but this is the efficient amount, and it's less. In this case, when we produce right here, that is deadweight loss. And I didn't draw it, but if we were to have our two demand curves, this was the demand true, this is the demand selfish, and the supply, this right here is the deadweight loss. I'll actually keep this up here. This was a positive. There's a couple of ways that we can try to fix this. If we simply add a tax on this market equal to this amount we're producing right here, but think about when we put in a tax, of this size, it brings the quantity down to here, and that will restore efficiency. In a positive externality, if we would simply give a subsidy equal to that amount right there, we can also restore efficiency. One other way that we can solve a negative externality is to do what's called a cap and trade. This, by the way, is called, I believe, a Pigovian tax. It's a tax equal to this, in this case we call it external benefit. This is the external cost, the size of this. A cap and trade would be, the government basically says you have to have a permit to pollute, and we're going to issue 1,000 permits in the state. And we'll say each permit allows you to pollute X quantity. So we'll say one permit equals, 1,000 gallons of pollution. And we're going to give these permits, 1,000 of them out to different companies. Well, what companies will do is the companies that can decrease their pollution very easily, if they have a permit, they'll just decrease their pollution, and then they'll sell their permit to a company that can decrease, that's more costly to decrease pollution. And actually, if we end up doing this and we issue these permits and then we let the free market sell them and buy them back and forth, actually the price of the permit will end up being that the market will restore itself to efficiency. The price will get higher and lowered until people, are indifferent between either buying the permit or the cost, the amount that the permit would cost, that cost to reduce pollution. A couple of things that are important to recognize, and by the way, this is a negative supply externality. We could have a negative demand externality where a demand should be less. Think about it swapped this way. And we could have a positive supply externality where the supplies are swapped and we would see only this supply, but truly we should supply more. A quick thing that a lot of professors will talk about a little bit is this idea that we don't actually want zero pollution. If we were to look at a pollution graph, this is the quantity, this is the price. And let's imagine that this right here is zero pollution. Well, as it turns out, the benefit of reducing pollution reduces over time. As you decrease the first amount of pollution, we'll get a lot of benefit. But as you decrease pollution more and more and more, the amount of benefit you get slowly decreases over time. Meanwhile, there's some cost of reducing pollution. And this point right here is actually the efficient amount of pollution. It's not actually clear at zero. Another great way, let's imagine this wasn't pollution, but this was crime. In this case, when we first take out, this would be right here. It's a little weird because we're used to having 0 be right here. This would be like full crime. As we decrease and get a little bit closer to 0 crime, we get a lot of benefit. And that's because the very first criminals that we stop are going to be the ones that we want to stop the most. But as time goes on and you're stopping people from jaywalking, for example, there's not really a whole lot of benefit associated. Meanwhile, it still costs some amount of money to hire a police officer to stop people from jaywalking. Thus, there's actually an efficient amount of crime. It's not clear at 0. And these kinds of questions will, depending on your professor, actually come up, where we might not always realize, but there's actually an efficient amount of something we'd consider bad. A similar thing is there's rational ignorance. As you're going to shop and buy a new car, you don't know how good the cars are on the market. And at some point, you're just going to have to settle and buy, let's say you're shopping for used cars. At some point, you're just going to have to buy a car. However, you might not know fully all of the cars that are out there and how good they are and their price. So when you buy your car, you're going to be a little bit ignorant of if there was a better deal out there. However, the more and longer you shop, the less benefit you get. As you look at your very first car and then to your second used car, you get a pretty good idea, okay, this is how much the cars cost, this is how good they are. You go look at a third car, you get a little bit of a better idea, okay, this is how good the cars are in this market. But as you keep on going, the benefit of looking more and more slowly falls, and there's a little bit of ignorance when you actually go and buy it. So the next thing that we are going to talk about is rivalry and excludability. And this is another inefficient way that the market works. So that might be too high. I'm going to write, is it rival? We have yes, no. And then, is it excludable? Yes and no. Oh. That wasn't the best way to do it, but oh well. Rivalry and excludability are a little sometimes hard to understand. Excludability has to do with, can you stop someone from using a good? So here's an example of a good that is excludable. Really anything you go to the store to go buy. For example, if you're going to go buy a new computer. A computer is excludable. You can stop people from using the computer because they have to pay for it to use it. You're able to exclude who can use it. Something that isn't excludable is, for example, a sunset, a really pretty sunset. You can't stop someone from using this sunset. You can't stop someone or exclude them from using it. They can enjoy it no matter what. Rivalry has to deal with if I use this good, can you use it as well at the same time? So a sandwich is not rival. If I eat the sandwich, you can't eat the same sandwich. It's non-rival. But the sandwich is rival, because if I eat it, you can't eat it. The sunset is non-rival, because I can enjoy the sunset and you can enjoy the sunset the exact same amount. So we have goods that are classified by being excludable or rival. These right here are private goods. think of the sandwich. You can stop someone from eating a sandwich, they have to pay, and if I eat the sandwich, you also cannot eat the sandwich. There are goods that are rival but non-excludable. We call these common resources. So there's a really famous example of this. Let's imagine that there's a town and that there's grazing land outside of the town for cattle. If the grazing land is public, can you stop someone from using the grazing land? No, it is not excludable. Is it rival? It is rival because if my cattle eat some amount of the grass on the land, your cattle can't also eat that same grass. It's gone. Common resources have a problem in that they deplete really fast. What's going to happen in this town? Everyone's going to graze the land, and then there'll be no land for the future to be used. There's goods that are non-rival, but that are excludable. These are club goods, or also natural monopolies, the same ones that we talked about. So let's think about the, if we were to think about a natural monopoly where there's a natural resource, we could say that multiple people can use the water in the lake at the same time. And it might be tempting to think like, well, if I use some amount of water, you can't use that same amount. While that is true, for the lake as a whole, everyone can use and enjoy it at the same time. But we can stop people from using it if one company controls the lake. And notice that sometimes goods, might fit into multiple of these. I'll give one example. Goods that are non-rival and non-excludable are called public goods. So let's talk about a local park, like a children's park. A children's park is a public good. Can you stop people from going to the park? No. And me and you can use the same park at the same time. That is a public good. But let's think about if there's a lot of children at the park. Well, then that probably is a common resource, because if the park is really crowded, then I can't use it at the same time as you, but we still can't exclude people. So we'll overuse it. Roads in the US can to some extent fit into all of these. A normal road, just I-15, is a public good. You can't stop someone from using it, and me and you can use it at the same time. If it gets congested, it might rival a common resource. We can't stop people from using it, but me and you can't use it at the exact same time. We hinder one another because it's congested. A toll road that's non-congested would be an example of a club good. Did you stop? Is it excludable? Yes, it's a toll road, but you and I can use it at the same time. A toll road that is congested would be an example of a private good. We want to move goods towards private goods because they're funded efficiently. Think about the public parks. No one would pay for a public park. No company would just build a public park if they couldn't exclude people from doing it. Because they can't exclude people, and if it's non-rival, then they can't charge any money. So we want to move goods to private goods, hence the reason public parks have to be funded by tax-paying revenue. If we were to graph it, a non-rival good, so this is non-rival, essentially has a marginal cost of 0. And that's why it's not efficient, because the next user doesn't cost any money because multiple people can use it at the same time. So for that reason, no company can provide the good, because wherever marginal benefit might be at, the price of the good would just be 0. And there can't be a company that exists if it can only sell the good for 0. Think about it, if the company tried to sell the good for $1, but if the marginal cost was truly 0, then what's to stop another company from coming in and selling it for 50 cents right? Which it costs them nothing for each user, so they'd be happy to sell for 50 cents. And then they'll steal them away, and then someone would come in and sell it for 25 cents, and it'll bid down to zero. A non-excludable good looks like a demand externality, a positive one. Think about Netflix. Netflix had an excludability problem. They couldn't stop people from using other people's Netflix accounts. They literally struggled with this problem. So what did they do? Well, they made it so that you can only sign into a certain number of devices at one time. Netflix, while it was non-excludable, didn't recognize the true demand for their product. There were actually more users, and the demand was greater than what they realized. So that's rivalry and excludability. Typically, companies will try to implore or implement a technical solution to try to move goods from being non-excludable to excludable, and they'll try to make goods from being non-rival to being rival. Okay, everyone, so in this last section, we're going to focus now on macroeconomics. So before we've been looking at markets individually, like the market for burgers, the market for apples, we're going to look at the entire economy as a whole. So two things that we need to start off with and understand are GDP and CPI. Sometimes GDP is just called Y. GDP and CPI seek to measure how much does an economy produce, and then what is the price level in the economy. So let's first focus on GDP. GDP is equal to C plus I plus G plus NX. So GDP, if we were actually to look at a production possibilities frontier for a country as a whole, the length of this would be considered GDP. And think about this as everything that the country produces. So when we measure GDP, we're trying to seek how much output is a country giving. And we break it into 4 categories. And we can measure the output by how much is spent on personal consumption, how much is spent on investments. So this would be like Delta Airlines buying a plane. That's not personal consumption, that's business investment. How much money is being spent on government expenditures. And then this is net exports, which is actually exports minus imports. We won't focus on this a whole lot, but basically if someone in Canada buys a good from the US, then that's an export, and we want to measure that as part of GDP because we produce that. But if we buy something from Canada, then we want to subtract that from GDP because the US did not produce it. GDP can be measured in a few different ways. We'll get rid of this. We have nominal and real GDP. So we'll go into a quick kind of example of how they calculate GDP to show the difference between these two. So I'm going to put up a quick table here. Let's say that we have 2025, 2026, and let's say, even though it hasn't happened yet, 2027. And then let's say that this is pencils and paper. So let's say that, and we're gonna have, actually I want to write this a little bit better. I'm gonna erase these two. We're going to do pencils, paper, and then we're gonna have a price and a quantity, price and quantity. So let's just fill out this graph with just some fictional numbers to get an example. So let's imagine that the price of pencils is $1, $1, $2. Price of paper is $2, $3, $3. We buy 5 pencils, we buy 7 pencils, we buy 8 pencils, we buy, if this is stacks of paper, 3, 4, 2. I don't know, whatever numbers we want to use. For GDP, we want to measure how much are we producing. And we're first going to look at nominal GDP. So nominal GDP would essentially look at, we measure GDP in a dollar value. It's hard to, say that the US produced, this many cars of this type, this many cars of this type. Instead, we just take the dollar value of everything and we can report, oh, the GDP was X number of $1 trillion of output. So for nominal GDP, we could say that in 2025, we had $5 from pencils plus $6, which is a total of $11. And then in 2026, we had 7 plus 12, so we had a total of $19. And then for 2027, we had 16 plus 6, which would be 22. Hopefully I'm not doing any math bad. So for nominal GDP, we could look at this and we could show, our GDP increased from year to year, right? We increased from 11 to 19 to $22. But you might notice, well, this doesn't necessarily mean that we produced more because prices also went up as well. So that's where real GDP comes in. In real GDP, we would choose a base year, 2025, and measure our output in the dollars of that year. So real GDP in 2025 is actually still going to be 11. 6.5. But in 2026, it would be 7 times 1, so 7 plus 4 times 2, 8. 7 plus 8 should be 15. And then for 2027, we do 8 times 1, so that's just 8 plus 4, which would be 12. So real GDP, we can see, goes up, but then drops just a little bit. Nominal GDP doesn't show that. And then we can also do the GDP deflator. So real GDP is equal to nominal GDP divided by, what is the GDP deflator? And essentially the GDP deflator is trying to measure how prices work. If we were to solve this for a GDP deflator, you'd essentially get that nominal divided by real equals the deflator. And so that's trying to measure how prices are moving. That's GDP. Now let's take a look at CPI. Oh, and last thing I will say on GDP is that we could take both nominal and real GDP and divide it by the population within the group to figure out the real or nominal GDP per capita. So, the US might produce however many trillions of GDP, but what we'd want to do is divide that GDP by how many people are in the country to see how much is being produced per person. CPI seeks to just measure how prices change. And the way we do that is we have a basket of goods, and then we measure the price of that basket in different years. So maybe our basket includes 2 pencils and 3 paper. 3 paper sounds weird. 3, stacks of paper. What we would do is we would measure this basket in different years' prices. So we'd say in 2025, this basket is equal to price of pencil $1, $2 plus $6, $8. But in the next year, that basket is equal to $2 plus $9, $11. And then the third year, that basket is equal to $4 plus $9 is $13. Thus, the CPI, which is the price level, and sometimes we denote this just as P, the CPI is changing and is increasing. We're experiencing inflation. And then we can actually calculate the inflation rate by taking, if you want to figure out the inflation rate from 2020, let's see, 5 to 2027, we could take 13 minus 8 divided by 8. And we could figure out what is the inflation going from 2025 to 2027. So we can the changes in CPI give us the inflation for each year. And the reason it works is because we keep this basket constant from year to year. It's always 2 pencils and 3 stacks of paper. So we're just measuring how that changes. It's important to know that CPI can be a little distorted, and there's a few ways that this happens. Mostly it's that we choose a fixed basket, but the things in that basket change over time. For example, the basket for CPI back in the 1990s would not have included a phone or a computer. Probably not. Maybe it did. Definitely not like an iPhone. Whereas today, that tends to be a common thing that's used. Another problem is that if it does include an iPhone, maybe if it's in a 2000s basket, that iPhone is increasing in price every year, but it's also getting better in quality. So we might mistakenly say, oh, there's a lot of inflation. The iPhone is getting a lot more expensive. But we don't quite measure how the quality of the iPhone is changing over time. You're paying more money, but the iPhones today, or phones today just in general, are a lot better than phones back in the day. That's CPI and GDP. Another concern about CPI, we'll say, is that we measure CPI, the basket of goods is only measured at certain stores. So depending on what stores you shop at, it might not quite capture how prices are changing. CPI and GDP will be incredibly important, as you'll see. Especially just the price level in GDP will be very important as we get into macroeconomics. Next thing that, I'll quickly give you this equation. So this is a simplification of the Fisher equation, which seeks, and this I'm just kind of throwing out there is something to know, that it's I is equal to R plus pi, and basically the nominal interest rate is equal to the real interest rate plus inflation. So the difference between these two obviously is inflation. I'm not going to explain too much more than that, other than that's just something that's kind of, depending on who you take this class from, you may or may not learn that equation and just have to use it a couple times. Something that's important to know about macroeconomics is, as we continue down this lecture, depending on which professor you have will really change what you learn. I've just, in my own personal experience, seen there tends to be some differences in what you learn in micro towards the beginning of the class, but once you get to the end of the semester, it divulges. There's definitely a lot of overlap, but it divulges a lot more significantly depending on your professor. So you may see things in this video that you haven't learned in your class, or that you won't if you're outward looking, that you won't learn as you take this class. Okay, we're gonna quickly put away GDP and CPI, and we're going to talk about the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve, this is not Congress. This is not the president. It's different. There's a chairman of the Federal Reserve. Right now it's Powell, I believe. I forget, it's Jerome Powell. is the chairman of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve controls how much money is in circulation within the economy. So this can be a little difficult to understand, but we're going to give a graph up here. This is the money market. So it might seem weird, but there is a demand for money and there is a supply for money. So let's just talk about this graph really quickly. So the amount of money in circulation is literally the physical amount of dollars that are being traded around the whole economy, right? We could gather up all the dollars that are within the US, and that's the amount of money, the money supply within circulation. There's also a demand for money, and it depends on the interest rate. And we'll be talking about this graph and showing it a lot. This axis down here is basically the amount of money divided by the price level, P, or the CPI. That kind of just controls for inflation. It's a little difficult to understand, but it's what we call the real amount of money. Usually when we say real, we mean controlling for inflation. Like real GDP took out inflation as opposed to nominal GDP. So this amount of money that's within the economy is set by the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve can move this supply of money around as it chooses. And the way that it does that, there's actually a few different methods that we'll talk about. Actually, I'll keep that up for right now, this graph. So a few of the different ways, we have the reserve requirement, we have the discount rate, I believe that's the right title of it. If not, I'll think of the right one in a bit. And then we have engaging in open market operations. Actually, we'll maybe get rid of this graph. So this can be a little confusing to understand. Let's think about the money that's in circulation. So there's a few different ways to measure money, and we measure it by calling it M1, M2, M3, all the way down to, I think there's M8 or 9. And basically, as you get farther down the line, it includes more and more and more. So everything in M1 is an M2, everything in M1 and M2 is an M3. M1, we're just going to talk about this one. This includes the physical cash as well as demand deposits. So demand deposits are, I believe, your checking account. Basically, both of these are very, very liquid. If you know what that term means, they're very easily convertible into cash. We're not going to talk about in this video what makes up all of these other ones. But the Federal Reserve has a way to influence the supply of money, how much money is in circulation. So a few things that we need to think about. When you have money, a lot of times you'll go put that money into a bank, okay? Let's say that you have $1,000 and you put that $1,000 into a bank. Now, the bank doesn't just sit on that $1,000. It'll actually loan out some amount of that money. Maybe it loans out $900 to someone. Now, notice what's happening here. There's only 1,000 literal dollars. You have claim to those $1,000 in your bank, but someone else took out a loan for $900 from that $1,000. So there's now actually $1,900 being used. Obviously, if you go try to claim all $1,000 at the same time, that won't work because 900 of it has been loaned out. This is where bank runs happen. But this $1,000 created more money. And then someone who takes out a loan for $900 may be able to deposit some amount of that within a bank. And so then a different bank got $900, and maybe it will choose to make a loan for $810. Notice that this is a 10% difference. This is a 10% difference. We could continue this cycle, and if we were to sum up what will happen, if we added in this, then we'd get to $2,710. Yes. If we were to keep on doing this again and again, this would actually, this $1,000 would eventually become $10,000. And that's if each bank chooses to keep 10% on hand. So if we divide it by, sorry, I shouldn't have a dollar sign. If we divide it by 10%, we'll eventually get to $10,000. This is like the money multiplier, and it's the fact that when you put money into a bank, the bank doesn't just sit on your money, it goes and does stuff with it. This 10% that each bank is choosing to keep is called their reserves. So however much a bank chooses to keep is the reserve. The reserve of this bank is 10%. The Federal Reserve can set a reserve requirement, essentially saying, okay, all banks have to keep at least 10% of their money on hand. Or maybe the Federal Reserve can say all banks have to keep 15% of their money on hand. Notice that if the Federal Reserve, if banks were choosing to keep 10% of their money on hand, but the Federal Reserve sets the requirement at 20%, then this would only become $5,000. So as the Federal Reserve increases the reserve requirement, the money multiplier goes down and the money supply decreases. Okay? Another thing that can happen, the discount rate. As banks are lending money out, sometimes at the end of the day, all banks have to have met the reserve requirement. They have to have, say, at least 10 or 15 or 20% of their money that's been deposited into them physically on hand. However, banks don't always control what happens to them throughout the day. Maybe they have an unlucky day where a lot of people went and demanded their money. Or a lot of people taking out loans. At some point, if a bank at the end of the day is not at the reserve requirement, let's say the reserve requirement is 12%, and if at the end of the day, the bank's reserve is at 11.5%, the bank has to get up to 12%. And the way it does that is it can loan money from the federal government. It can also loan money from other banks, but as it turns out, that kind of washes out, and even if a money's, this will make sense in a couple minutes, even if a bank loans from another bank, the discount rate still makes an effect. The discount rate is if the bank goes to the federal government and says, we're only at 11.5%, we need to loan some money from you so that we can get up to 12%. The federal government says, okay, you can loan money, but we're going to charge you interest on that loan. And that interest amount is the discount rate. So this discount rate is the interest on a loan from the Federal Reserve to a bank. And it's usually to meet the reserve requirement. If the discount rate increases, then it's very costly to borrow from the Federal Reserve. If that is the case, then banks will choose to keep more reserves. If the discount rate was really, really, really high, then banks might choose to hover around 13% so that they never have to borrow money from the federal government. And like I said, banks can actually borrow from other banks, but as it turns out, the discount rate still has a binding effect. Because the federal government is the reserve of kind of last option. The federal government is generally considered, the US federal government at least, is generally considered like the safest asset to hold, at least bonds within the government. So the discount rate will still have an effect, even if banks are borrowing from other banks. That's not necessarily important, just if that ever comes up in your mind, just know the discount rate still matters. Open market operations. So this is another way that the Federal Reserve can change the money supply. Notice that when the Federal Reserve increases the reserve requirement or increases the discount rate, money supply decreases. Open market operations is literally putting money into the economy. So we have a couple of things. We have T-bonds or T-bills, and we have money. So people can choose to buy bonds from the government. If you don't know what a bond is, that's okay. It's essentially you give the government money and the government promises to pay you back your money over time along with some interest on it. So you'll make a little bit of money. It's kind of like the reverse of you taking a bank from a loan. This is like from the bank's perspective, in a way. That's probably the easiest way to think about it. If the Federal Reserve sells bonds, then they're giving the people bonds and they're taking the people's money and they're taking that money out of supply. But if the Federal Reserve buys bonds, then they're getting bonds and they're giving people, consumers, American people, money. So depending on if the Federal Reserve buys or sells government bonds, that will increase or decrease the money supply. That's probably all we'll talk about for now for the Federal Reserve. One equation that is important to know is MV equals PY. So remember, before we were talking about nominal versus real GDP, from now on, we're pretty much going to always talk about real GDP. We'll take out the case of inflation. We want to know how much does a country, the US, produce, regardless of how prices have changed. This equation shows that real GDP, P, this is the price level. This is money velocity, and we'll talk about it. And then this is the amount of money. This equation, I'll sit down and just talk about it for a second. This equation shows that there's a relationship between the amount of money and the velocity. The velocity is how much money is traded hands. So the velocity is like if $1 bill, gets spent a lot, literally $1 bill getting traded around a lot, then the velocity is very high. P, price level, and real GDP, we already talked about it. So let's think about just changing this equation, manipulating it a little bit, and seeing how it plays out. If the amount of money in the economy is set, and if the price level is set, so there's no inflation, if money is trading hands more times, then that means that GDP must also be going up to keep this balanced. And that makes sense. If inflation isn't happening, this bar just means that it's constant for these two variables. If inflation isn't causing money to be traded hands more, we're just using more money and just spending a lot more, then we're buying more goods, so we must have produced more in the economy. And you can see how these variables might change over time. We usually tend to say that velocity is actually set and real GDP is set. And think about this intuitively. If the federal government just puts more money, let's just say the federal government flew a plane over, dropped crates, and it was just full of $100 bills, right? The money supply went way up. Well, over time, really all that's just going to happen is there's going to be inflation. The price level, everything will just cost more and everyone will just make more money. It tends to be the money velocity we say in real GDP are set. And that'll actually come up again, actually probably right now. When we talk about the heart of macroeconomics, all of these things have been factors that are going to play a part into this kind of culminating graph, or actually series of graphs. This tends to be a pretty difficult, I will say, macroeconomics tends to be pretty difficult. There's a whole lot of graphs that are all linked together. If you remember when we did the burger graph earlier, where we linked the firm to the market, we had them side by side. That's kind of what's going to be happening here. So this right here is P, CPI, and this is Y, GDP. The first thing we're going to talk about is aggregate demand. This is the aggregate demand for an economy as a whole and is actually made up of C plus I plus G plus NX. So everything that we demand from the economy as a whole is made up of all these different forms of spending, which is the same thing that GDP is. Aggregate demand is not the same. It downward slopes like demand that we've seen, but it's not the same as just like summing up all of these individual demand curves. It's a little more difficult to understand. So the first thing I'll talk about is, why does aggregate demand slope downward? There's a few different reasons. We have the real wealth effect, we have the interest rate effect, and we have the exchange rate. So I'm just going to kind of briefly go through these really quickly. So each of these seeks to explain why aggregate demand is downward sloping. Let's first go through the real wealth effect. When prices are lowered in the economy and everything is cheaper, people spend more money, okay? They spend more because everything is relatively cheaper. So think about if you were to go to the store and all of a sudden, all the clothes got a lot cheaper, your consumption would likely go up because you'd spend more money on clothes. Thus, as we lower P, Y increases. Next we'll go to the exchange rate effect. The exchange rate effect happens kind of similar to the real wealth effect. It essentially is like foreign people. The real wealth effect affected C mostly. The exchange rate effect affects NX. When U.S. goods are cheaper, people buy more U.S. goods from other countries. And then the interest rate effect has to deal with I. I'm going to draw one more graph really quickly that we'll be using. This is going to be the interest rate investments graph. This shows that when interest rates are high, investments are low. So let's think about investment. This is things that people spend for their company. Delta Airlines buying a plane, okay? They're going to have to take out a loan to buy the plane. If interest rates are really high, the loan is going to be very costly. They're not going to spend as much money buying planes, or they're not going to buy as many planes. So as R goes up, I goes down. It turns out the interest rate effect for why aggregate demand is downward sloping as prices are lower, people can keep more money in their banks, and there's more loans to give out, which means that investment increases. As there's more money within banks, the interest rates can drop and there'll be more investments. Another graph, or I should say another part of this graph that I want to talk about is the supply side. And this is where things can get pretty complicated. So there's two supply lines in the aggregate, and I'll write this down. This is the, hopefully, let me see if that's off the screen. Oh, just barely. This is the aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Okay, we have a long run aggregate supply and we have a short run aggregate supply. Let's first talk about what makes up aggregate supply. The aggregate supply in the economy is how much the economy is going to produce. How much will the economy supply as a whole? We typically think of aggregate supply as being made up of a few different factors. Capital, which we denote with a K for some reason. Capital, this is like machines, machines, tractors. Labor, how many employees are there that are hired? We could say natural resources. So, if we have a lot of oil or rare earth minerals, technology, which kind of fits as part of capital. Basically, all these things, things that we're using to create output within the economy are all a factor of supply. Now, aggregate supply in the long run is constant. It's vertical. And what this means is that in the long run, a country is going to produce as much as it's going to produce. That sounded not very informative. A country is going to fully utilize its resources in the long run, right? We hire as many people as we hire, we use all our machines as much as we use them, we have the natural resources, and that is constant. If we think about it, what this means is that that's constant, at least compared to prices. The price of goods in the long run shouldn't really affect how much we produce. So let's think about you working at some store, you're making a wage and then you're spending it to buy things. However much you work, 8 hours a day, in the long run doesn't really depend on what the prices of everything are. If prices are high, then you just make a lot of money, you spend a lot of money, but you still work 8 hours a day. Long run aggregate supply means that we cannot manipulate how much we're producing with prices. But short run aggregate supply means that in the short run, we can actually manipulate prices. Let's talk about why that happens. And like I said, this last part of this video as a whole, depending on who your teacher is, will really affect what exactly you learn. So one of the reasons, I'm going to draw another graph here. Well, that is an awful graph. One of the reasons we can manipulate our output with prices is because of labor. How many people we are hiring. So this right here is going to be N for the number of people working. This is going to be W divided by P. So this is your real wage. So it's your nominal wage divided by the price level. Essentially, this denotes your purchasing power, right? We care about real wage. We don't really care about nominal wage. Depending on if you were to live, in Indiana versus California or Utah versus California, where California is very expensive, a higher wage in California to you and me doesn't look that appealing because we know that everything there is just more expensive. What we care about is real wage, so we want our nominal wage, just the dollar amount, $25 an hour, divided by what our price is, or what's the price level, so that we can figure out what's our actual purchasing power. There is a demand and there is a supply for labor. We typically, especially as students right now, are actually the suppliers of the labor. We're supplying ourselves to the labor market. When P drops, a lot of times people have fixed wages. So this is called sticky wages, what I'm going to be talking about right now. And this is going to explain why this is sloped. A lot of times when people negotiate their wages with their employer, their wage might be fixed for, let's say, a year or for 3 years sometimes. Our employer says, I'm going to pay this much each year. When the price level drops, okay, so P goes down. When we decrease the denominator, it sets this new price for labor if W is fixed and we can't change it. When this happens, we were employing this number of people, but now firms are only going to demand this number of people. They're only going to hire this number right here. Let's think about why this is. So imagine that a firm hires you and they say, okay, we're going to pay you $100,000 for the next 3 years. $100,000 for the next 3 years. And then all of a sudden prices drop. Maybe, you're working for a firm that's selling, some devices or some good. And now the price of those goods have dropped as price is lower. The CPI, the basket of goods is falling. Well, if your wage is still stuck at $100,000, the firm has to pay you still $100,000, but they're not going to pull in as much money because prices have gone down. So firms, they can do a combination of hiring less people or working the people less that they have hired. Either way, the amount of working being done by employees goes down. When that goes down, remember aggregate supply, which one of the factors that makes it up is the machines and the capital and the labor. Oftentimes we say it's made up of L and K. As the labor goes down, then our GDP is going to go down. We can't produce as much. So that's like going from right here to right here. And I just want to briefly overview what I just kind of illustrated happened. When prices fell, it's relatively expensive to pay workers whose nominal wages are fixed. As a result, they hire or work their workers less, and so our output will fall. We essentially were able to manipulate Y, or the output of a country, with the price level. But in the long run, that won't happen, right? The nominal wages over the years will be able to adjust and change. Now the wages of those employees themselves are going to be less, and then we'll employ just as many people and we'll be on this long run aggregate supply. We'll go through a couple of kind of examples of this happening to show how this all works out. There's a couple of other reasons why short-run aggregate supply slopes. Sticky wages is like the biggest one that you're probably going to learn about guaranteed of what professor you have. Some of the other ones will really depend. For example, sticky prices is something else that plays a part, and this is actually where a firm, or sticky menu costs, where it might be hard for a firm to change their individual prices as fast as CPI or P is changing, and therefore even as P changes and as prices rise or lower, the cost that it takes to go around and physically change the prices on their menus means that briefly people might buy more or less of the goods, and therefore we supplied more or less. An important part to look at, I'm going to draw this graph again. We're going to talk briefly about employment. So one of the things that you'll do in macroeconomics is we'll look at what is the unemployment rates within a country. An unemployment rate is calculated very precisely. I think I should have some room down here. So there's two different rates we want to talk about in macroeconomics. And it's the unemployment rate and the labor force participation rate. The unemployment, I'm going to draw these equations really quickly. U plus E over U plus E plus N. So when we measure unemployment in a country, a lot of times we might think of unemployment as like, oh, how many people are there in the total country? How many people are not working? But that's not quite right. The unemployment rate, actually, we want to account for people who maybe aren't working in a country, but maybe don't want to work. For example, little kids aren't working, but they're not trying to work. And so if we have a lot of unemployed little children, we don't want that to show that our unemployment rate is really high. That's okay. Or people that have retired, they're not working, so they're unemployed, but they don't want to be employed. So if people retire, we don't want that to show a high unemployment rate. Where that'll come up is the labor force participation rate. The unemployment rate is the number of unemployed people divided by unemployed plus employed. However, to be classified as unemployed, maybe we actually will erase this really quickly. Unemployed is someone who is looking for work within the past, and I believe it is 2 weeks, but has not found work. So when the government attempts to calculate the unemployment rate, the way it actually does it is it does these random phone calls throughout the country, and you'll be asked either one or two questions. You'll get a call, whatever agency determines this. The first question they'll ask you, are you working, yes or no? If you say yes, that's the end of your phone call. If you say no, I'm not working, they will say, okay, have you looked for work in the past 2 weeks? And you'll either say yes or no. If you say yes to that second question, then you are unemployed. You don't have work, but you're looking for work within the past 2 weeks. If you say no to that second question, you are part of N right here, which is not part of the labor force. So this is people, these are retired people. They get a call, are you working, yes or no? No. Have you been looking for work? No. I'm retired. I'm not even trying to find work. Okay, you're not part of the labor force. Notice that person does not make it into the unemployment rate equation at all. The unemployment rate is how many people are not working that are looking for work, divided by how many people are working and how many people are trying to find work. It's important to know that the unemployment rate being employed doesn't really distinguish between working part-time or full-time. There's also some caveats of where people, it obviously doesn't account for illegal activities. It doesn't account for people that, if mothers are at home and are working throughout their home, obviously that's not part of it. The labor force participation rate is how many people are either working or trying to find work divided by everyone else. The people working, the people trying to find work that aren't working, and everyone who retired or maybe not of age to start working yet. So that's the unemployment rate within an economy. Now, in a way we can measure and kind of look at unemployment as GDP over here. This actually will label the Y star, and let's label this P star. When GDP falls, unemployment rate tends to go up. As we produce or buy less within an economy, unemployment rate tends to go up. If you were to look at it, and I don't have a computer here to show you, but we would actually see this relationship between inflation and unemployment rate. And it tends to be that as more people are employed, we tend to have inflation. As less people are employed, or as the unemployment rate is higher, we tend to have a lower price level. So let's quickly, I am going to draw this one more time. This would be W over P star. Okay. So, and then I'm going to draw one more graph, and let's put it right here. So this is where things can start to get really complicated. And actually, maybe I'll say this is the investment demand curve. Investment demand. This is like the labor market. And this is going to be the money market. So all of these things, this is R, the interest rate. This is M divided by P. We have a supply of money that's constant, and then we have a demand. Okay. This is where things can get kind of pretty complicated in macroeconomics. All of these graphs are going to interact and affect one another. We can already see that there's a lot of things. Maybe I should write M over P star. This is R star, which this R is the same as this R. So if we were to draw this R star right here, corresponds to some I star level of investment. And this level of investment is actually how much we are I star investing right here. So as you can tell, a lot of parts of these graphs, probably best to come stand right here. A lot of these graphs are very related. We're measuring interest rates on these axes. We've got P, and P right here. I is part of here, makes up I in the aggregate demand. So as we shift one of these graphs, we're going to shift a lot of them, if not all of them at once. And this can be pretty complicated. If I have a different marker color, probably best to show these in different colors. So, let's show a really quick aggregate demand shock. So, some things can affect aggregate demand just like the whole demand curve shifted early on in this video. One thing that can affect aggregate demand is there's a wave of optimism in the economy and people are really happy and excited to spend money, okay? So let's look at this happening. If aggregate demand shifts out, we have started right here, but we're now going to move to right here. We moved to the short run. We're going to eventually move to the long run right here. But first, we're going to move to the short run, okay? When this happens, there is inflation within the economy, and GDP has also increased. Now, where these graphs come into play is that when this happens, sometimes the Federal Reserve will try to counteract shocks that occur within the economy, okay? So this is kind of confusing. Let's say there's a wave of optimism in the economy and GDP goes up, but we also experience inflation. And the Federal Reserve says, okay, we don't want this inflation to happen. We want to try to bring aggregate demand back down. Notice that aggregate demand would go to here if left alone, but the government could also move it so it's back down to its normal place. How will the government do this? Well, aggregate demand is made up of I. And if we could decrease I, we could decrease aggregate demand. Well, how do we decrease I? Well, if we're right here and maybe we want I to instead be down here, we could decrease I by raising the interest rates. Well, how do we raise the interest rates? Well, the Federal Reserve, I'll come to this side, the Federal Reserve directly controls the money supply. What if we could decrease the money supply, then interest rates would be up to here. Well, okay, how does the Federal Reserve decrease the money supply? Well, we wrote those things earlier. One thing they could do to decrease the money supply is raise the reserve requirement, raise the discount rate, or in terms of government bonds, they could sell government bonds to then get people's money. This seems really complicated. It is a lot of working parts. But as shocks happen within the economy, the Federal Reserve will try to respond to it, and they respond to it in this money market graph because they directly can control the money supply. The Federal Reserve doesn't necessarily control this graph right here. Instead, they control this graph down here. There can be several, let's see, this is going to be a lot to erase. There can be several different types of shocks that occur within an economy. And actually, maybe one way I'll show this one as well. I said there was a wave of optimism and consumer spending went up. But let's say there was a wave of optimism. I'll just keep the same one. Let's say there was a wave of optimism and the fact that businesses wanted to invest more. The way we would show this is by actually increasing this graph, showing that at the current reserve, at the current interest rate, we invest more. So this is the same shock. I'm saying that there's an aggregate demand decrease, but imagine that this was driven by investments. Investments increased. Well, once again, if the Federal Reserve wanted to change this, they would decrease supply. They could raise interest rates, and they could raise it to right here, where then we would go back down to this I, bringing this I back down and decreasing aggregate demand, putting us back in the short and long run. Well, in the short run, we probably went to right here, but at least in the long run, and in the short run after that effect, going back down to the same price level in GDP. I'm going to quickly erase this, and then we can talk some more about other types of shocks and what can happen within the economy. Okay, that's everything. There can also be shifts in supply, not just in demand. There's a good equation, which is that you'll probably see this written with different variables, but I think it's easiest to write it with these variables. Short run aggregate supply is equal to long run aggregate supply plus A over times, make sure I got this right, P minus PE. This is the price level. Oops. And this is the expected price level. So A is just kind of like a multiplier, doesn't really matter. It's a positive number though, that's what's important to know. So as it turns out, this graph will show that whenever we shift long run aggregate supply, unless there's something weird going on with this term, if this increases as well. Thus, when long run aggregate supply shifts out, maybe to right here, maybe I should do this in a different color. Short run aggregate supply will also increase to here, keeping this constant. The price level is constant. And notice that if a shock like this happened, let's say something that changes long run aggregate supply. This means that at every price level, we would have to be produce more within our country. A good example of this is like a technological innovation, or maybe if we discover, that there's a lot of oil within the US, some natural resources. Basically that every price level now, our GDP has gone up. Let's talk about what will briefly happen in this case. We started right here. We will go to right here, and then we will go to right here. We always need to intersect demand. First demand with the short run, then demand with the long run. And then actually what will eventually happen is just this short run will, I had a different color even. Eventually the short run will actually increase so that everything will intersect all at the same point once again. I'm not going to show this happening in these graphs just because, as I said, it depends on what professor you take, and I've never seen a professor that does a huge shock like this and then relates it to these graphs. So I'm not going to do that here just because that would probably get very complicated. And it might not be necessary. Like I said, this part is hard to teach because it depends a lot on who your professor is, how much you'll know. And notice that the long run effect of this was that prices fell, GDP increased, then prices fell again and GDP increased. However, we can sometimes have a change in this depending on if expected prices go up or down or higher or more than the actual price level. Let's imagine that expected prices were more than the actual price level. So this number is bigger. So this whole term is negative. In that case, we can keep long-run aggregate supply constant and just shift short-run aggregate supply either one way or another way. If short-run aggregate supply were to decrease, we would start right here, then we'd go to right here, then we would go to right there. A couple things that we also want to talk about. So it tends to be that when the government, so this, let me cover on this side, this aggregate demand, I'm actually going to erase this equation. We'll try to simplify it up a little bit. The aggregate demand is also made up of government spending, and this is now Congress. When we're talking about government spending, the Congress can choose to spend more or less money if it wants to, and thus change aggregate demand itself. We have, so I'm going to erase this one. We probably won't do too much with this graph anymore. We have fiscal and monetary policy. Okay, maybe I can sit down right here and not obstruct that. So monetary policy, when we showed those shocks earlier and the Federal Reserve tried to manipulate this money market over here, to change investment to then manipulate aggregate demand over here, that's an example of monetary policy. They're changing the money supply. Fiscal policy is if maybe consumption increased and aggregate demand increased, and then the government said, okay, to offset this, rather than changing these interest rates, let's just lower government spending. Let's just spend less money. That's also something that can happen. That's monetary policy. As it turns out, though, there is a multiplier effect when this happens. So let's say that aggregate demand had decreased, and now the government wanted to increase G to try to bring it back up to here, if possible. This would be an example of fiscal policy. So the government says, okay, we're going to spend more money now to try to increase G. Well, the way the government does this is maybe it says, okay, we're going to build a bridge in California. That's a huge government expenditure that will increase the amount of spending and therefore increase aggregate demand. Well, it turns out that if the government does this, they're going to pay their employers, right? The people, the laborers that are working. But if they pay those employers and those employers make money, well, those employers will now actually, or maybe I should keep this in green, I mean, those employers are now going to spend more money because they're making money. So if the government spends, this is really bad, I might do it in blue, sorry for the color change up, but just so it can be seen. If the government spends $100 million to build the bridge, it can be the effect that part of that money that is spent, consumers who are the employees actually building the bridge, the construction workers, are now going to have more money to spend on consumption, and they're going to spend that money on consumption. And then when they spend that money, the firms will make money, and then they'll be able to pay their employees, and then they'll spend money. So there's actually a ripple effect when the government spends money. And that is called the ripple effect is called the government multiplier. The government multiplier. And what this is, it is 1 over 1 minus MPC. Come over to this side now. The MPC is the marginal propensity of consumption, or the marginal propensity to consume. One of those two. I think it's of consumption. The MPC shows when you get money, how much money do you spend on consumption? Okay? So let's say that I want to keep that. Maybe we'll get rid of this for now. So let's say that you get $10. If you got $10, would consumption increase by $10 because you spend it? Not quite, you're not going to spend all that money. Maybe you spend $8, okay? If that is the case, then the MPC is 80%. I'm going to quickly verify that and make sure that it's not 20%. Yes. The marginal propensity consumption in this case is 80%. So when the government spends money, if the government spends $100 million to build a bridge, that will actually eventually turn into a 1 over 1 minus 80%, which is equal to 1 over 20%, which is equal to 5. We'll do 100 million times this whole multiplier. The overall effect, is a $500 million increase in aggregate demand. Hopefully that whole scenario makes sense. When the government spends money, the people that they're paying to build the bridge are also going to spend money, but they're only going to spend by as much as their MPC is. Now, another way, rather than the government spending money, the government could try to cut taxes to get consumers to spend more money, right? In this case, we wanted to increase aggregate demand through government spending right here to get this back up. Well, another thing that we could do instead is we could cut taxes so people have more money to spend. The effect of this also has a multiplier. So this is tax cuts. And we have some just put that before. We have some dollar value in tax cuts. Maybe the government decides that, it's going to lower taxes and it's going to save people $100 million in total in tax cuts. There's also a multiplier, but this is MPC over 1 minus MPC. Notice that the government multiplier just had a 1 up here. The difference is whether a 1 or MPC is on top. And this is because if the government saves you $10, your taxes get lowered and you save $10, you won't go and then spend $10 and then that firm, wherever you spend those $10 now is $10 to pay its employees. You'll actually only spend maybe $8 off the start. When the government chooses, so the key difference here is when the government chooses to increase government spending by, say, $1 billion, in that first ripple of the many effects, $1 billion goes in. It spends $1 billion. But if the government saves people $1 billion in taxes, Consumption won't go up. The first ripple won't be $1 billion. It'll be less than that because some people are just going to take that tax savings and they're just going to save it. So consumption won't increase. Final thing to talk about is I'm going to switch, is the government crowd out effect. So if the government, and we'll just more talk about this in an abstract sense, if the government increases spending, it will actually crowd out in decreased investment. The main reason that this happens is if the government's going to increase spending, it may have to loan that money to increase spending. And as it demands more loans, that's going to drive up interest rates. And if the interest rates go up, investment will actually lower. So this is called government crowd out effect. When the government spends money, investments decrease a little bit. Okay, that was a lot of things to go through really quickly. I believe that was all that we want to talk about for macroeconomics as a whole. It can be a little confusing, and like I said, depending on which professor you have, you'll do different things. I think the last thing to say is that, and I've seen this come up in multiple classes that I've done, so you're probably likely to hit this to some extent. There tends to be this debate, we'll actually get rid of all this. There tends to be this debate of, well, when there's shocks to aggregate supply or aggregate demand, which, by the way, are important shocks, whenever these shocks occur, inflation and unemployment will change. And so that's really important for the government to try to mitigate the effects of. But there tends to be a debate, should the government try to intervene? And there's a little bit of there tends to be a conflict between, I believe they call it Keynesian economists versus, is it just Chicago? I think it might be Chicago. Essentially, should the government do anything when these shocks happen? And the problem is that within the bureaucracy, it takes a long time for the government to respond. It takes a long time to learn, even if there is a problem, for sure, if there have been shocks to aggregate demand or maybe aggregate supply. And then if the government decides, okay, we're going to save people money by decreasing taxes, well, by the time it takes to move through Congress and get that tax cut happening and then for the effect to actually take place, overall, that can be a long process. And as I understand it, Keynesian economists tend to say the government should intervene, but Chicago will tend to say that the government can't accurately intervene and help the economy and should just let things settle themselves out within the long run. The economy will go back to itself. And depending on which professor you have, you might learn a little bit more in depth on these. But just recognize that there is a little bit of a debate or a conflict of what should the government do. To some extent, some of these issues solve themselves out on its own. We'll move to the long run. But if the government can intervene, maybe it can and should within the short run to try to mitigate the effects of inflation, deflation, or high unemployment. But that's all for macroeconomics.